in a different meeting, so they can, you know.
Councilmember Fimbres, can you hear me? Councilmember Fimbres, can you hear me?
Tell them they need to unmute. They need to-
Councilmember Fimbres, can you hear us? Oh, my.
Councilmember Kozachik, can you hear me?
You need to unmute yourself. Star 6. Yeah. Just on your keypad, hit star 6.
That was me.
Yeah. On your keypad, just hit star 6 and it just uses your mouse number.
Like this, star. Can you hear me, Councilmember Kozachik? Councilmember Kozachik? That's me? That is me. What do we do? Councilmember Kozachik, can you hear me?
Yep.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, it sounded fine.
Okay. Councilmember Fimbres, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Council.
Can you hear me?
I can, but you sound like a robot, though. Is Councilmember Lee on?
I'm here.
Okay.
I'm here.
Councilmember Durham. Councilmember Durham, can you hear me? You might have to unmute yourself. Vice Mayor Cunningham, can you hear me?
Yeah. Can you hear me okay? Yeah.
Okay. I think I can hear all the council. Councilmember Durham? Councilmember Durham, are you there? He's not?
Maria?
Was.
1034.
Oh, we got your shoulder. There you go. I'm here now.
Council colleagues, what we're going to do, since it seems we have all of the council members present, we are going to start the regular study session, and then I am going to look for a motion to go into executive session. I'm going to ask for the second and, of course, the voice vote. And then we're going to jump off of the teams, this particular teams meeting, and then jump into an invitation that Roger, our clerk, just sent you that's titled Executive Session. That one is only available to the city manager, city attorney, city clerk, and the council colleagues. That way we have an executive session with those that should be on the executive session and not anyone else. Is that okay?
Okay.
Sounds good.
Alrighty, so what I'll do is that we will start the meeting, Is that what you? Okay. Roger is currently working on resending you an executive session meeting. And the reason we want to get off of this one is because this one is populated by everyone else. There's about 60 people invited to this meeting. So he is in a hurry putting that executive session together, and we should be starting in about 3 minutes, 5 minutes.
This is quite the act of faith, but it will work.
For our regular study session of April 21st. Item 1 is an executive session. Mr. Clerk.
Your Honor, the executive session is noticed as item 1, executive session Park and Shade of Tucson versus City of Tucson, claim number 200074. It is being held pursuant to ARS section 38-431.03 A3 and A4.
May I have a motion to go into executive session? There is a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 7-0. So what I need you all to do.
Durham,
Here.
Mrs. Lee,
Here.
Mr. Fimbres,
Here.
Mr. Kozaczek,
Here.
Mayor Romero.
Here. So that motion passes 7-0. What is the council's pleasure for item 2?
And Mayor, I would ask for a motion authorizing and directing the city attorney to proceed as discussed in executive session and to resolve this claim for the amount of $39,376.
I'd like to make that motion, Your Honor.
Second.
There is a motion and a second. And we're going to do roll call.
Nick Santa Cruz,
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham,
Aye.
Mr. Durham,
Aye.
Mrs. Lee,
Aye.
Mr. Fimbres,
Aye.
Mr. Kozaczek,
Aye.
Mayor Romero.
Aye. Do we have Nancy?
Not yet. no.
Not yet. Okay, so we're going to move on to item 5.
I'm here.
Oh, Nancy's here. Perfect. Nancy, hi, how are you? Welcome to our Teams meeting and study session for Mayor and Council.
And
So, Nancy, I'm going to announce the item, and then we are going to move into the item for your presentation. I'm going to throw it over to the city manager, and then he'll throw it over to you. Is that okay?
sounds good. Thank you.
Perfect. So item 3, time has been set aside for a review of Jean Reed Park Zoo Improvement Fund. Ms. Nancy Kluge, I'm sorry. President and CEO will provide the update. Ms. Kluge. Mr. City Manager, do you want to include anything?
No, ma'am. Thank you, Mayor. Nancy's here, and she's going to give some opening remarks. And if you have questions, both Carlin and I are your questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Honorable Mayor and members of the council, thank you for the opportunity to give an update on the voter initiative on zoo operations. We also included, as requested, an update on how the COVID-19 has affected zoo operations and what we have been doing in response. I'll start with the COVID-19 response. The zoo closed on March 17th, and we can go to the next slide if you'd like. And we began thinking about how we can continue to connect with our public, with our community during this time. We started with a virtual zoo with the hashtag bringing the zoo to you and hashtag closed but still caring. 3 times a day we have virtual posts. Some of these are posts that are about the animals with animals' facts. Some of these are worksheets that for kids that they can print out at home while they're away from school. And some of these are keeper chats, and some of them are just peaceful time with the animals. We held our first online classroom last week and have had a great response. We had 147 attend our first online class, and we're providing those for free with an option of donations, which many folks did send donations. We even had someone from London who attended our class last week. Our volunteers have been meeting virtually. We've had training. We had a docent volunteer training last week with 68 of our volunteers attending. So we've really tried to do the best we can to keep our folks connected with the zoo and with the animals. So I wanted to just touch on what that response is. On the next slide, we go into more of the financial response. We did put emergency planning steps into place. Those are really for the safety of our staff and the safety of our animals, looking at what animals are vulnerable to COVID-19, ensuring that our staff is wearing the N95 masks when they're working with those animals, limiting what staff can get close to those animals. We've also put a lot of steps into place to protect our staff as well, asking them to not eat lunch together, to separate. It's really important for us to have animal care staff to provide that high level of care. And so we've divided them into separate teams that work on different days, so those two teams don't ever interact, so we can ensure that we have a full team available if someone becomes ill. On a financial level, and I did projections through June 15th. I don't want anyone to interpret that I have any crystal ball that no one else has. It could be May 1st, May 15th, but I felt like that was a safe date for us to do projections through to ensure that we had the resources to keep our zoo running at the level it needs to run. We estimate that we will have lost $1.7 million in revenue. That's with 135,000 guests that we would have projected to come during that time. We did make quick expense reductions, furloughing some of our seasonal staff. We also asked staff to reallocate. We those expense reductions amounted to $600,000, with that delta being $1.1 million. As a organization that's responsible for caring for over 350 animals, we look at a lot of contingency planning. We do walkthroughs of what if we have no electricity, what if we have no water for a week, and do a lot of emergency planning to make sure we can care for those animals. And a part of that includes financial planning. Our board had set aside reserves to fund in the case of loss of revenue. I never dreamed it would be this long, but I am glad we did that planning to have that in place. So we would use our cash reserves. We also did, just last night, get approval for the Paycheck Protection Program as well. So that's how we have handled the loss of revenue. And I think everyone can feel good that your zoo is strong. We are taking good care of the animals. We are also taking care of the safety of the staff. At the same time, trying to be a community resource as much as we can as well. So that is where we're at for those items. And on the next slide, I'll go into our budget for the upcoming year. This fiscal year, we used, and just to remind everyone, the Zoo Improvement Fund is from the sales tax that was passed by voters in 2017, and it's used for both operations and capital. Last year, we used $4.5 million in operating. This year, we're asking for a reduction to $4.2 million. That reduction is because a lot of the maintenance items that we're addressing over these last 2 years have been addressed, and so that reduces that amount that we need to pull for operations. Capital, on the other hand, is a significant increase as we get ready for construction, and I'll go over the time frame for those construction projects.
So Nancy, Nancy, this is Regina. I wanted to just give you a heads up. We started this study session an hour and a half after we were supposed to start the study session. So I don't think we're going to be able to go through every piece of the plan for your improvements. I do want to give some time, though, to my colleagues on the council to ask about your financial health.
Okay.
And so I'm sorry that I had to interrupt you, but I do want you to talk about this zoo improvement fund, because I know that you are funded through sales tax revenue, and I just wonder if those numbers are going to change. So I'm sorry I interrupted. If you want to finish your thought on this zoo improvement fund piece, and then we're gonna need to open it up for questions and comments from my colleagues on the council and I.
That sounds great. And certainly the detail on the construction schedule, you can look at another time, and we're always happy to meet with anyone who would like to go into more detail. Admission fees was the other thing that we wanted to report on. You see the current admission fees, and we are not asking for a change in those fees. These numbers were prepared before the crisis. We have looked at our budget and our numbers, and we feel that we can stay with those numbers and are not asking for any change. We'll make adjustments to our operations as needed over this next fiscal year.
Thank you so much, Nancy. I would say then, just as I alluded to, how are you feeling about the your proposed budget for capital and operating, and what's the difference? Do you use your sales tax revenue for your operating, or is it strictly used for capital?
You can see that 4.5 million is for operating. So that really pays for staff. Those are funds that enabled us to hire additional animal care professionals that work with the animal. We increased our number of keepers by 13. Also to hire a full-time veterinarian. So those are some of the items that are addressed through operating funds. So those are really good, solid personnel, as well as maintenance items. So supplies, animal food, those kinds of things are coming out of that operating budget.
The operating funds that you have in front of you, are those coming from the sales tax?
Yes. So
Okay.
these are just the sales tax numbers that you're seeing in front of you.
Okay.
And the capital is really primarily putting the master plan into place. That construction, we expect to start construction here probably first week of May. And so that will proceed as planned.
Do you envision that that $13 million that you have budgeted for the year 2021, do you foresee those funds going down because it's sales tax funds, and we're looking at a potential decrease in our sales taxes? Do you see that 13 go down?
We would expect that to stay the same, because those are funds that will already have been secured from prior year's sales tax. For the upcoming years, if an adjustment is needed, this master plan goes over a 10-year period. What I can see is either cutting or reducing phase 3 in particular, which is an expanded gift shop and administration buildings and South America infrastructure. We intentionally put items that were important but a lower priority and not promised to the public in the sales tax into phase 3. So that's where we would reduce, is further years down the road.
Okay. All righty. Any further input or questions by my colleagues on the council? All righty. Well, thank you so much, Nancy.
Okay.
We really appreciate it, all that you're doing during this crisis and during this pandemic. My kids love to watch the the videos that you put out, and I really appreciate it. Our zoo is an important piece of our parks and recreation system for the city of Tucson. And we want to continue hearing from you, Nancy, about your health. And so we want to make sure that you're protected financially for the future, because we have to hold on tight. We're going to start seeing some grim numbers in terms of unemployment and sales tax generation. So we appreciate your partnership and your good stewardship of our zoo.
Madam Mayor.
Yes, Councilmember Fiedler.
This is Councilman Fiedler. I just wanted to congratulate you on having another calf. And can you explain a little bit what the contest is going to be for the naming of this new addition to the zoo?
Yes, and everybody needs to get their name in now, so you can see on our Facebook page and on our website, as well as on Arizona Daily Star's website. Naming contest ends at 3 p.m. tomorrow on Wednesday.
What are the names? Do you know that they're narrowed down to?
And, I just saw that Mapenzi is in the lead, but it's a hotly contested race. We have over 17,000 votes. Wow. And our calf weighed in at 315 pounds today. So she's gaining weight from her 295 she was born at. She's really getting along well with the other family members. But yeah, get your vote in now.
Thank you, Nancy.
Thank you, Member. Nancy, we have one more question by Councilmember Kozachik.
Thank you.
Just a quick one, Nancy. That's just to make sure that you all are keeping track of your COVID-related added expenses. We just got the $96 million. There are a lot of restrictions, but everyone's keeping track so that we understand that they're reimbursable to some degree. We'll have that conversation.
Okay, we will do that. I know, we've been ordering masks and lots of disinfectant, and there's definite costs associated with this.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Thank you so much, Nancy. Really appreciate your time.
Well, thank you for all that you do and for all the support the City of Tucson has provided for Reed Park Zoo. We look forward to seeing you again when we reopen.
Thank you. We're looking forward to it. On to item 5. Time has been set aside for continued discussion of the fiscal year 2020-2021 general fund budget. Mr. Manager.
Mayor, thank you. And we're going to go over the spreadsheets that we sent you. Joyce Garland is at the ready here. She's going to go over the spreadsheets and talk about that. But before we get into that, I thought I'd just kind of set the stage. And Mayor, I really appreciate your patience and that of the council. Normally at this point, we'd be talking about the recommended budget. We'd have a lot of things buttoned up. We would have met many times about the budget, and we'd be haggling over, how much we're going to expend on X or on Y or on Z. And unfortunately, because of the COVID crisis, we are now in a situation where it's so fluid. It's changing by the day on a variety of fronts. Just to set the stage, one of the things that we learned last week, and I believe, Mayor, you were the bearer of some of that news on your conference call with Senator Sinema, was that the CARES Act stimulus monies to date do not make up for lost revenue or for revenue we're not going to get because of the crisis. Now, keep in mind, I was even optimistic the last time we met and thinking, well, maybe there's an opportunity for us to see some dollars there. But as late as Thursday, we were changing numbers based on that. So as Joyce gets ready to go over the spreadsheets, keep in mind that as of last week, we were thinking that reasonable estimates for decline in revenues were the 25% through the end of the fiscal year and 15% for next year. And I explained that to you in my memo. I'm not so sure that holds any longer. I think it might be even worse than that. I was on a conference call where George Hammond from the university outlined some of his projections and predictions, and I can tell you when he starts talking about a 19% unemployment rate across the state, does not, I mean, 3 weeks ago would have seemed far-fetched. Today, given all that we see, I don't think is as far-fetched. I think that unfortunately for us, this particular situation will be a very radical drop in revenue, very, very fast, more so than we've ever seen. And so we're going to have to react equally fast. So with that, I'll turn it over to Joyce, and then we'll come back and be available for answering questions. Thank you, Mayor. Joyce?
Thank you, Mr. Manager.
Thanks, Mr. Ortega. So, Mayor and council members, I'd like to start with what we had as Attachment A. So Attachment A was actually the projections that we have for fiscal year 20. And as you'll recall, the last time we met last week, I still don't have any real good data as to where we are with our sales taxes, with our hotel motel taxes, with anything from the state. We're just now starting to get information. The information I actually received this week, the first where we actually see the downturn. And that downturn is already 20% from last year, just within this time frame. Looking at 20% right now, that's before everything closed. That's before the restaurants closed, except for dining out. It's before the retail shops stop having a lot of people coming in. So we know that we're going to decline even more than the 20%. So what we put together is scenarios. First, we were going to be optimistic and say, well, maybe 10%. But then we started really listening and noticing how quickly things were changing. And we really believe that 25% or even greater is where we're going to be for this fiscal year. So in this scenario that you have in Attachment A, we took the actual revenues we received through February. When we do projections, we actually project by month. So it's easy for us then to take our projection and start shifting it down, and that's what we did. Unfortunately, what you see here, we just took down the business privilege tax, the public utility tax, the transient occupancy, the hotel motel surcharges, the use tax, and then the state sales and auto lieu taxes. Now we know the income taxes, that's a given number. So I think that we're very happy that at least the income taxes for the last couple of years were good. So that we won't see any reduction for at least another 2 years. However, I didn't change a lot of the other revenues, such as fines and forfeitures and charges for services. I do anticipate those to start reducing also. So in this scenario, though, as we walk you through that, we do think that we're going to be somewhere in total revenues about $500 million. Our costs, though, while we are going to save some dollars because we did go into a hiring freeze, we did start saying only essential purchases, we are still having personnel costs, though. And if you think about our personnel costs being over 70% of our total revenues, that hasn't declined, so that's going to be ongoing. The figures that I show for expenditures, they actually take into consideration the hiring freeze. So when you look at the 25%, and that's actually the one I highlighted in blue, it's possible that we're going to spend over $24 million from our reserves. And if you'll recall, last week, it was just last week, right? In our unassigned fund balance, we had $48 million. So right away, we would be taking almost half of that off the table going into next year. So that's kind of walking you through Attachment A, which is fiscal year 20. So now we'll talk. Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry to interrupt. This is just finishing off fiscal year 19-20.
That's correct.
Okay, this is finishing off this fiscal year.
this fiscal year.
Okay.
So then as we go into next fiscal year, we did the projections on the revenues a little bit differently because at that time we thought, all right, what's going to happen is we know we're still going to have a decrease for the first 6 months, but the economy is going to rebound. Mm-hmm. It won't rebound quick. It's going to come back slowly. It's going to take time. Mm-hmm. So when we did this, and this is actually attachment B with the purple highlighted because I like purple, and we thought, okay, well, we're going to have another, but we're going to have an increase in revenue. So let's increase it by about 2% for the last 6 months, okay, over that time period. So we thought a 15% reduction next year is probably reasonable. But I think, as Mike mentioned, we're starting to really question just a 15% reduction. And when I say a reduction, that's from our projections that we had pre-COVID. And that's why we supplied that information here. So if you just even look at a 15% reduction from that in our major revenues, and then our costs, and the only changes to the costs that we have for the budget are the personnel increases, which are the health insurance and pension increases. So if we look at that, you can see that it's potentially another $41, almost $42 million that we would be needing to get to a structured budget.
Mm-hmm. And that's with the 15% revenue loss scenario?
Yeah, for fiscal year 21.
For 21. Okay.
And I just want to add, I know we're talking a lot about the general fund today and what those projections look like, but as you know, what Nancy talked about with the zoo, we're going to see reductions in all of our funding sources. Mm-hmm. It's going to be in water, it'll be environmental services, definitely all of our sales tax, which includes Proposition 101. HERF revenues are going to decline. So we're going to see this across the board.
Mm-hmm. So, Mr. Manager and Joyce, thank you for the presentation. I don't know. This is a difficult conversation to have, and you know, I've been working very closely with you and our city manager and our city attorney to do everything we possibly can to work with our congressional delegation on this crisis and this pandemic, to put in front of them the needs of cities, because cities, we're the front lines of services to our residents. Our cities provide police and fire, water, clean streets and neighborhoods, clean parks. And so this is a conversation that I have been having with our congressional delegation. And this particular weekend, I spent time, worked with our city manager, worked with our chief of police, fire chief, to contact our senators, both Sinema and McSally, to consider adding revenue replacement to their interim supplemental relief bill that they are putting together in DC. And we had heard that they were not going to do that. As a matter of fact, I spoke both with Senator McSally and Congressman Grijalva, and they assured me, and we were just having a conversation yesterday with the city manager. Congressman Grijalva pretty much said there's going to be no revenue replacement in the supplemental bill. And so I will continue to push forward in advocating for the city of Tucson to see if we could add supplemental revenue replacement in whatever bill that Congress is considering next. But I just wanted to say that to get to the point where we now have the $95.5 million. I don't know exactly the figure, but almost $96 million that the city of Tucson received from the CARES Act. What we have been working on with our federal lobbyist, Tracy Tucker, is that that money is not to be used for revenue replacement. The CARES Act funds that the city of Tucson just received, just like the city manager said, it comes with a lot of strings tied to those funds. And so we cannot, I would say we cannot make plans for the usage of those funds unless they're COVID-19 related expenses, which I know our city manager is going to maximize as much as possible. And so we need to tread lightly and plan carefully as we receive, because we haven't received clearer direction from the federal government as to how that money can be used in specifics. We're not going to receive that until April 24th. So I just wanted to start the conversation with that and open up the floor for Vice Mayor Cunningham asked to be put on the queue. And I just wanted to open up with the Vice Mayor, and then after that is Councilmember Kozachik.
We have a few different things we need to think about. And, you know, this item has two different pieces. One is in the next few days, what we're going to find out with the CARES Act money. We can be creative, we can shift people into COVID response. There's going to be some opportunity. I mean, let's be honest, there's going to be some opportunity there. We just don't know what it's going to look like exactly. So we've got to consider that in making our budget as whole as possible if we do repurpose people into COVID-19 roles. And we can do that through the different funding sources. The $96 million isn't the only federal money we got so far. And so we've got to figure out the balance there. As far as the COVID response money goes, I think before we even start deciding what to write checks on, one, we have to wait for the federal government to kind of release the regulations, but we probably need to commit that. I think probably the biggest priority here is going to be testing and basically setting up a community-wide testing system with community resources. I mean, that's going to be the priority. Everything else is kind of irrelevant because we can't even start life again until we get at least testing done. And I think there's some opportunity with local partnerships with the U of A. We probably want to collaborate with the county. And I think there's some opportunity there. I think there's some preliminary discussions going on already. And I want to thank the mayor for taking the lead on that. But that's kind of how I see this thing unfolding, is we leverage some of these federal dollars, not for revenue replacement, but because we're repurposing. And that can close some of that gap for this fiscal year. Next fiscal year, we've got that $41 million gap, and we'll probably have to, again, down the road, look at some measures for revenue increases or for trying to stimulate more business, economic, locally stimulated economic business. And so we'll have those opportunities. But I think, again, a lot of it's going to just be incumbent on the type of restrictions and rules that the feds put in place as far as our CARES Act money and our FDA money and the other federal pot for housing that we've kind of received. And I know we're already using it. It's kind of a lot of it's already been spent for very important things, and we're kind of making all the right moves. I know the manager is already steps ahead of this, so I'm already kind of saying what we already know. But ultimately, if we're going to fight COVID, that's really going to have to go to testing first, where there's no way we're ever going to get ahead of this disease without testing.
Vice Mayor, I just wanted to let you know some of the work that I've been doing from home is precisely having these conversations with Pima County and with Dr. Robbins. I had a really productive conversation with Dr. Robbins on what he has, either the COVID-19 swab test or the antibody test. And that is something that is that we can explore. It just takes a lot of partnership, and right now it's just the beginning of a conversation on how the city of Tucson can help encourage Pima County because they will be receiving CARES funds as well. And so how who pays for that testing and how we partner to make sure that it gets done. Mike Rankin and City Manager Ortega are going to talk later on during the COVID-19 item about the guidance that Pima County is giving in terms of reopening our economy. But I agree with you, testing is an important part of reopening our economy and making sure that people have the antibody and encourage those to go back to work. But it's a preliminary conversation and something that we should discuss. Again, I want to reiterate that not until the 24th of April, which is Friday, we will get directive from the federal government what these funds can be used for. Next up is Councilmember Kasachek, and then Councilmember Fimbres has asked for the floor after that.
Okay. Yeah, it's difficult to talk about these in a vacuum. One, the budget versus the whole COVID and CARES Act item, because they're so interrelated. To the points about revenue replacement and the restrictions, they can give us $1 billion if they want to, but if they're putting restrictions on it, then they're giving us the sleeves out of their vest. So it's great to have the conversation, but we really, as you just said, we need to know what restrictions are placed on them being the dollars. How much? A couple of questions for Joyce. One is, how much is saved to the general fund for every furlough day that's taken? And if you don't know that, you can give
I actually don't know that, Councilmember Kozachek. I did not run those figures yet, but we can certainly look at that.
You know, back in 10 and 11, we had those numbers, and it was fairly substantial per day. Another question, that the 20% downturn you're predicting for this fiscal year, that's from March 11th moving forward? Is that your time frame?
20.
Approximately?
It's 25%. And it's actually, we looked at starting, when we did the projection, it was on March 1st. We looked at the whole month of March.
Okay. And the 15% reduction for fiscal 21, is that based on your fiscal year 20 projection?
It was actually based on our pre-COVID.
So it's going to be more than 15% then?
It could possibly very well be more than that.
Yeah, I mean, if you're predicting 25% March 1st forward, then we're not going to make up that much going forward. With respect to the use of the CARES money, we're going to have to. I first of all, I agree with Paul. We need to be kicking some cash in for testing. Widespread testing, and Rahina's right. There are two different kinds: the antibody and there's a swab. So I know the U of A is partnering with both private donors and the state to do some pretty extensive, put together some pretty extensive test kits. It's a long and slow process, though, and so that's not going to be the magic elixir fixture in the next 10 or 15 days. But for our own conversations, before we close the book on revenue replacement, let's think outside the box a little bit about creatively, so what are some of the general fund expenditures we would normally make? And one of those is for what we used to call outside agencies. If outside agencies are submitting RFPs, requests for proposals, for civic events and for nonprofit work, and they are suffering COVID-related expenses, and we would normally be funding them anyway, this gives us an opportunity to maybe perhaps increase our funding for them, which will help kickstart the economy to some degree, and help some of them survive. It is undeniable that major events such as the Book Festival and 4th Avenue Street Fair and Tucson Meet Yourself are taking significant sales tax dollars out of this community. Now, while we can't point to those and say that's a revenue replacement idea, if we can support those events going forward, it can help move us ahead from a revenue enhancement standpoint, in the near future, and save some of the nonprofits. And I'm not sure, again, these are sort of intertwined. My last question is, we had FTA, $44 million FTA grant, but we also have on our agenda tonight the approval of that. I thought those grant dollars were already approved. What are we voting on tonight? What am I missing on that?
We're voting on it to accept the dollars. Joyce confirmed that, but I believe it's just to accept them, so I think it's kind of a no-brainer, but it requires a formality of acceptance of the dollars.
All right, so we know that those dollars are...
That's correct.
And we also discussed internal loans. I hope that piece of the conversation is not forgotten, because completely emptying our cash carry forward in 18 months is just not something that I think is smart fiscal management when we've got options on the table. And internal loans is one of them.
Mayor, let me make a couple of comments if that's okay, unless you wanted to wait and we can respond at the end if you like.
Let's see the continued questions and comments from the colleagues, and then let's try and see if you can do a collective response. Councilmember Fimbres?
Yes, I think Steve mentioned a couple of those things. The testing is important, like Paul and Steve have said. We need to find a way of doing that. But the other question I have for Mr. Ortega is, the police academy, the fire academies, they're not on a hiring freeze, are they? Because we're only doing 3 a year or 2. What we were looking at, we have to look at that. And I think we can be flexible with a lot of these things. With 96, it's 96 million, correct, that we got for the CARES Act?
It's 95.634, as I recall.
Okay.
So
we rounded it off. Okay.
The short answer on that is just we have not frozen the commissioned officer positions or firefighter positions. I have suggested we continue down the path on the academies because it does take them so long. But the additional officers that we had traditionally thought we would be adding every year, those are definitely on the table or off the table at this point.
Councilmember Fimbres, I think you froze. I think he froze. We'll see if he can come back, but on to Councilmember Lee.
Hi there. Thank you. I did have the same question that Richard just asked about the academies, so thank you for answering that. I also believe I was on the same call with you, Mr. Manager, earlier in the week. Actually, that was yesterday, with Sun Corridor on the economic impacts of COVID-19, and heard Dr. Hammond's presentation as well, and actually took a picture of one of his slides. And he talked about recovery may begin late this year if the outbreak is under control, late 2020 before the level of activity returns to pre-outbreak levels. So I just wanted to make a quick comment in gratitude for you guys' approach to this whole situation. I know it's very difficult. I appreciate you being nimble and agile during this process, especially how you're approaching the budget. So I just wanted to throw that out there because I know it's going to be a long road, and I feel I don't know how you guys are sleeping at night, but I sleep a little bit better knowing that you and Joyce and your staff are there helping guide us through this time. So just wanted to say thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Thank you. City Manager Ortega, I think I don't see if there's anyone else on the queue. If you'd like to expand on some of the comments and questions on the
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. These are very difficult times, and they're going to be difficult times for the foreseeable future. I think that for us to try to predict this with certainty is difficult enough, given all of the challenges that we have. So we're going to have to draw a line and say, okay, this is what we're going to project. This is how we're going to approach the budget. And so here's the thought around that. So what do we do, right? So in my note, I had mentioned that I'm going to give targets to the departments. And there's a key piece to this, and that's across the board. And so everybody's going to have to step up and look at what it means, what it means from a macro level. What it means from a macro level, simply because if you exclude anyone or any one group, it just really causes challenges for the rest of the system. But it also it leads to redundancy, and that's one of the things that we saw when we went through this in 2009. We ended up with some redundancies because of that. Mm-hmm. The other thing I wanted to mention, and Councilmember Vice Mayor Cunningham and I had this conversation this week. There's folks out in the community that might be throwing rocks at us saying, why haven't we laid people off already? Well, I want to kind of refresh everybody's memory that we have not staffed up since 2009. If you look at what we did as an organization, that was a conscious decision on the part of the council to deal with retention and all the things that go along with that, but not add positions as a whole. So we have not grown to the level that a lot of the private sector may have done when the economy got better. And we put money away. We put money in reserves. As difficult as those conversations were back when, we're going to be able to now take advantage of that. I think that, as I mentioned in my note, my starting point with the directors is going to be a 10 to 12% cut going forward. Those are going to, at least my thought initially is that those will equate to about a 1% cut per month. We're going to talk at length about how to accomplish that. Does it make sense to try to do maybe 2 or 3% in the first part of the fiscal year and then scale it back in the latter part of the fiscal year? The short answer is I don't know. We're going to talk through that. But what has happened, and back to Councilman Kozachek's point, I too would be concerned about draining down the entirety of our reserves. I think that would be a mistake, and I also think that it would cause us long-term harm from a rating agency and just a sustainability standpoint. So that's not a good strategy. However, I do think that we worked hard to build up our reserves. I do think that could buy us time, which right now time is our friend if we are able to get more certainty on what's going on. Now, we can't be careless or reckless with that. My expectation is that as we start looking at the revenues in May, and keep in mind, as Joyce mentioned, there's a 2-month lag. So the revenues that we get or that we were supposed to get in March really won't hit the books until May. The revenues that we're getting today or that we're supposed to be getting today, we won't see until June. So we won't have a full picture of the hit that we're taking until the latter part of June, just to get an idea of what April has looked like. So my thought, and what you're going to see in the budget next week, is pretty high level, but it will be a conversation around utilization of some of our reserve to buy us time to really get a handle on it. Now, I can tell you that I was a lot more optimistic, as I mentioned earlier, before we got the news on some of the revenue, making up some of the revenue losses. Back to Councilmember or Vice Mayor Cunningham's point about the CARES Act, I can guarantee you we'll be extremely aggressive and flexible and creative. But I also have to remind everyone that there's significant strings attached to that. And even though we don't have all the rules, we do know enough about the federal government, and we do know enough about what they have telegraphed to us that it will be COVID related, and will have to be it'll have to be something that would pass muster on an audit. So that becomes a little bit of a challenge. Councilmember Kozachek. Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Ortega, Councilmember Santa Cruz is on queue to ask a
Okay,
question.
sure.
I just wanted to jump in because I know that you're in the process of answering some questions.
I am.
Councilmember Santa Cruz, are you there? There she is.
All right, can y'all hear me?
We can hear you.
Yes.
All right, so my question is, are we gonna receive an updated scenarios based on the additional 94 million? And then do these scenarios include the additional 44 million received by transportation and mobility?
So, Mayor, Councilmember Santa Cruz, so yes, and what I'll do is we'll talk a little bit more about the 95 million under the COVID item. However, just quickly on that, we've got some ideas on how to maximize that. The 44 million will be built in, all of this will be built in to some level in the budget, but keep in mind that, as I believe Councilmember Kozaczek mentioned, they can give us all this money, but if we can't use it for operations, it'll make it very difficult. So you'll see a line item that talks about COVID-related expenses with a corresponding revenue, but you won't necessarily see an increase in the overall budget opportunity for that money because of the restrictions. The 44 million will do something similar out of transit. We remain hopeful that if we're able to utilize that as we think we can, and we've already submitted, by the way, full disclosure, even though you're just addressing this item today, we did send in our first invoice last week in anticipation of your consideration today. So we will start testing the system pretty hard immediately to see if we can get reimbursed for some of our expenses because, as you know, the revenues dropped out, and so our costs have stayed the same on that. Just the last couple of things. With regard to the creativity of the system as a whole, I believe Councilmember Kozaczek talked about, we'll call them interfund loans. Absolutely, we're going to explore that. We do have money in some of the areas that we can look at, certainly an opportunity for us to explore. Joyce is also exploring a credit line. Let's have a conversation around that. Money is fairly inexpensive right now. Could be an opportunity for us to do that. We're going to also look hard at the scenarios again, going back to Councilmember Santa Cruz. We were thinking the 15% was probably where we'd be up until we started to see some of the rhetoric coming out of the nation and out of the state. So just to refresh your memory on that spreadsheet, 15% equates to about 41 million, 20% is 61 million, and 25% is about 85 million. In terms of a shortfall going forward. My gut at this point is probably going to be somewhere in the middle, probably in the 20% range. And if that's the case, then we're going to be looking to make up 60 million in the coming year. But keep in mind that that's 60 million on top of 20 million or 24 million from this current fiscal year. So, you know, we're going to be facing some very difficult decisions very quickly. And I think it's important that we all keep this in mind. It will change, and we'll have more information shortly. But I do plan to let the staff know that we're looking at some pretty serious times in front of us. I'm going to do that tomorrow on my virtual update because they need to know what we've discussed here and what I presented to you. That's all, Mayor.
Mr. City Manager, how does that work? Just to follow up on the question from Councilmember Santa Cruz. How will we be able to supplement our budget, especially in the transit area? Because in transit, we're receiving $44 million that we have designated from the CARES Act into the city of Tucson. How will you be able to show us, as we continue discussing in the budget, like how is the supplemental funds, in this case from the FTA, the $44 million, going to be able to alleviate some of that pain and some of that hit when it comes to this year, next fiscal year's budget?
Sure, thank
How
you,
will
Mayor.
how will we see that work in
Sure.
our budget?
So we're gonna build in, if you think of it simplistically, we're gonna show a shortfall at the start of the year, okay? And we know what our expenses are based on the projections that Joyce has outlined. And by the way, one of the things that I wanted to point out, I mentioned it in my note, but the spreadsheets don't necessarily reflect it yet. But what we may do is start now to ratchet down what those current budgets are for the current fiscal year and use those as the baseline going forward. What I told you before was that we would look at using the 20 budget to inform the 21 budget, but I think we're gonna just start now and get to it. But what we'll do is it'll show a shortfall of, pick it, $60 million for next fiscal year. Then what we will show are strategies. We'll give you strategies for addressing that $60 million shortfall. So, for example, if we saw no help, then we would have to cut the equivalent of 60 million minus whatever reserve we use. So pick a number. Let's just say we do 30 million, then we would have to cut 31 million. So the conversation then is over the course of the year, if we're able to take advantage of reimbursements like the 44 million from the FTA, which goes to offset our contribution to transit, then that reduces the amount of the hit that we have to take during the year. So that's the approach. Now keep in mind, though, that something's important. The end of the fiscal year, these are all one-time monies, right? So the FTA money is one time, whether we're able to use it the way we just outlined or not, even the COVID reimbursement, if we're successful in challenging and getting some of these dollars, and the reserves. Those are all one-time monies. So whatever we use, all it's done is bought us time to either allow the economy to kickstart or to reduce expenses further. Exactly. And so that's a real important piece here. We can we'll muddle our way through and take advantage of all of these opportunities. But ultimately, we have to keep in mind that they're one time and that we may have to make ongoing cuts to make sure that we're structurally balanced.
But this one-time allocation, for example, for FTA, for our transit system is what we're projecting for 19-20 fiscal year. We're spending $47 million for our mass transit system. Yet we're receiving $44 million from the FTA. So right now, I think the bus system, our transit system more than anything, is the one department that's heavily being affected by COVID-19 because of the accommodations that we've had to do for that. So I don't expect a response, but I would really like that. I like it how you put that. We're going to be comparing our budget to what we can use to come in. That way, it cushions some of that blow for this fiscal year and next fiscal year. I have Councilmember Fimbres on the queue, and then Vice Mayor Cunningham, and then Councilmember Kusacek.
You got most of my questions about the key positions that we need to fund, and also I agree with the transit issue. And I know we had this discussion before, Madam Mayor, on Monday about some of these issues we can look at. And I think we need to be very cognizant of what we need to do to replace some of this funding resources that we're already utilizing. I think the power washing of transit facilities, bus shelters is going to be another thing to stop this COVID-19 also is, so we need to look at this and also some of the recreational facilities. So those are the only questions I had. I know that Mike's been working on this also. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Fimbres. Vice Mayor Cunningham, and then Councilmember Kusacek. And then we're going to move to the next item. Vice Mayor? Did we lose them?
It sounds to me like we're going to have some opportunity with the CARES Act money and the transit money to have some sort of cost avoidance to bridge the gap for this fiscal year anyway. And I think that, and that's perfect. And then with the projections, if you want to be a teensy optimistic and know that we can probably cut our budget within, we're only going to be looking, I say only, I think back to 2011 when we owed $70 million. Well, I don't think we're going to be more than a $30 or $40 million gap to make up next year. And I think there's some easy stuff to do. Some of that can be felt by just functionality of departments that won't be running. And then the other side is it'll kind of wean down to between 25, 26, 27 million dollars. And this is just kind of how I'm seeing it after seeing this. I've got a pretty good idea. The manager has kind of game this out a little bit too, that we should be able to, that's really, when you think about it, everybody, that's $2 million a month out of an organization that spends over 41 a month. So actually probably even more than that. So I think we've got an opportunity. I think we're going to be able to manage this. If the economy does get that going sometime in this summer, we should be able to come out of this okay. We shouldn't have to do any layoffs at all. If we have to do furloughs, it'll be in the last kind of thing. But I think again, this is a manageable situation, and we've kind of put ourselves in the position to get there. And a lot of this is going to come down to this publication on Friday of what we can do and can't do. And again, I think it's, the kind of the 100,000 feet level thing, so the public knows that we're being transparent is, if we've got people in certain departments who are being repurposed because of the crisis doing COVID-related things, then we should seek reimbursement for that. And that if we have needs in newer departments like housing or transit, because of some of the COVID addressing issues that we're doing, they have actual separate money from the CARES Act that's been coming in, and we can assign people from different departments there as well. And so I think we're doing those things, and I know that the manager's been very aggressive, but I think for the transparency's sake, I wanted to say it out loud now.
Thank you. Councilmember Kozachik, and then we'll wrap up the item and move on to the COVID-19 item.
Yeah, a couple quick things. First of all, Mike said it, time is our friend. This is not going to be done this summer, but to the extent that we have these CARES dollars, there is a window that we have to use those within as well, and also a window beyond that with which we have to repay if we are told on December 30th that we used the money wrong. So this could also be considered a federal loan at some level, and there's going to be interest payments. But before we start dipping into reserves, our own reserves, we've got $95 million that's going to have a string attached to some of it, depending on how we use it. But let's also be creative in how we think about those dollars as well. Secondly, the FTA money was $44 million. I believe I read somewhere this week that Diana Alarcon says she's going to use $27 million of that by June 30th, which is only going to leave about 16 more for the entire fiscal year. Did I read that right, Mike?
You did, and it's to the bill or invoice is for that from January, I believe it's January 20th through the end of the fiscal year. So it's capturing all expenses that were outlined in the grant. So we'll actually have dollars, at least that's what we're proposing, have dollars to reimburse the general fund for some of those expenses. Should that come to pass, then we can use that for the current fiscal year to get through, and then that'll help us in the coming fiscal year. So they're not necessarily, it's a reimbursement of expenses that we've already incurred.
And okay. And final point is one I think is a legitimate expense is if we are in a position to buy face masks for transit riders, I think the drivers would appreciate that, and that would be a reimbursable expense as well.
Alrighty, I think that the conversation will continue in a very similar way because the item 6 is the COVID-19 update, and so I think much of the conversation is going to continue here, but I think the city manager had very specific report, and I believe Mike Rankin, our city attorney, did as well. So item 6, time has been set aside for an update on COVID-19 emergency. Mr. City Manager.
So Mayor, members of council, and I'm going to put up a slide here in a bit. Mike and I are going to kind of tag team actually on Joyce as well. So one of the things to keep in mind is the 95 million that we keep talking about, and I was just looking through the email to see what that exact amount was. I believe it was 95,634,000 or 35,000, something like that. So, you know, it's a lot of money, obviously, to have sitting in the bank. One of the pieces that again, and I can't overemphasize, there's tremendous strings attached to it. It's not going to be, you know, just the stuff that we can use for anything. But I will give you some thoughts. Councilman Kozacek, sorry, beat you to the punch a little bit on the outside agencies. I've taken the liberty of directing the staff to ask the outside agencies to resubmit with a focus on COVID, so we can start looking at that hard and giving the council some options there. Keep in mind that the intent, and again, based on what we've heard, is for us to use this money for the impacts to the community by COVID-19. And so, as you know, there's multiple pieces, multiple facets to that. There's the small business. You're going to be addressing an issue later with a relationship with BDFC, the Business Development Finance Corp. Opportunity to use some of this money for that. So that's one. And again, that's small business type stuff. But you also have opportunity to do great work through the nonprofit community. So the outside agency funding and conversation that Councilman Kozacek mentioned, I think we can expand that, and I think we can include that in some of the initiatives that you've discussed around the resiliency fund. You know, that fund can act as an umbrella for how we can identify needs that are out there in the community and get those dollars out in ways that'll make some meaningful and positive impact. Obviously, I'm going to look real hard at opportunities that we might have for reimbursement. I know one of the items that you're going to be considering is the premium pay. I'll just spend a quick second talking about that. Just we'll get into more detail in a bit, but you know, keep in mind I don't have all the rules yet. I'm going to actually suggest that maybe you think about tapping the brakes on that a little bit until I get the rules on Friday to ensure that we're going to be able to get reimbursed for that. Those are the kinds of things that we're doing internally. I know Vice Mayor Cunningham suggested that maybe we can repurpose some folks and move them around a little bit. We're definitely doing that. I can see us hiring an army of business navigators, an army of special events coordinators that are trying to kickstart events that are out there. And those could be existing employees that we repurpose and we find other work for them. So those are the kinds of things that we're going to be looking at real hard. But again, without guidance that won't be coming until Friday, it makes it really hard. And so with that, what I'll do is Mike, when you're ready, let me know, and I'll put that video up, or not the video, but the
Sure.
item. You want me to do it now?
Sure, unless there were any questions about what you just said.
Any questions from the council?
No, not yet. I wanted Mike for you to discuss this, what a summary, I will call it, of sorts, regarding guidance from Pima County and the Pima County Health Department. And so I wanted both Mikes to present to you a summary of what we have in front of us. There's a lot of people that are talking about reopening the economy. And, you know, there's guidance from the federal government, there's possible guidance coming from the governor, but this is the guidance that that Pima put together for cities and towns in Pima County to consider reopening the economy at all. It's all about it is all about the health of the residents. So I just wanted to hand it over to the presentation, and then maybe open it up for comments if there's no additional presentations after this.
Mike, let me know when you can see it, and then let me know when you want me
I
to
see it.
let me know when you want me to stop it.
Okay. So thank you, Mayor. Members of the council, I know you're all aware that the White House and the CDC released their guidance about the factors, the criteria for reopening America. And I wanted to draw your attention to the fact that Pima County, in a memorandum from the county administrator yesterday, put out this one-pager that effectively summarizes the criteria in light of what we're experiencing here in Pima County, and where we land with respect to those criteria, just in the context of whether we're in a position to fall into that phase one of reopening. And so if you look at, and Mike has put up the one pager that you should be able to see, it's entitled "The Criteria for Beginning of Phased Reduction of COVID-19 Physical Distancing Restrictions," which incidentally also relates to the potential reduction of restrictions on the operation of non-essential businesses as well. So this is important in light of the Governor Ducey's executive orders, including the Stay Home, Stay Healthy, Stay Connected executive order, and the mayor's emergency proclamations addressing these same issues about the closure of non-essential businesses, et cetera. And what you'll see is that the county has populated boxes next to these different criteria to show where Pima County is right now. One of the first criteria being whether we are experiencing a decrease in positive cases over the 14-day time period. The answer is no. Criteria not met. Same answer for whether COVID-19 deaths are decreasing over the last 14 days. The answer is no. The next criteria is whether we're seeing an increase or decrease in symptomatic cases. The current data, according to Pima County Health Department, is that there's some progress there, but it's certainly that we're not in a position to say that criteria is met. The next category is under healthcare capacity, dealing with the capacity of hospital beds, et cetera. And critically, I think, the ability to test and to trace. And so you've got the first there about being able to test for all symptomatic patients. The Pima County Health Department is saying, nope, that criteria is not met at this time. The one criteria in all of these categories that does seem to be currently met is that staffing in beds to care for 2 times the current number of COVID patients being seen. Keep in mind, however, though, that we haven't even hit our peak yet, right? Everything I've read, it forecasts the peak of the COVID cases, especially at the time they're hitting the healthcare system, as being at the end of the month. So we'll see if this box changes over the next several days. And then obviously there's been a tremendous amount of discussion among the mayor and council and everybody else about PPE, and certainly the criteria about having sufficient PPE supplies for healthcare and emergency responders. The county has determined that that criteria is not met either. And then the last 3 categories dealing with contact tracing, testing, rapid testing, meaning within 12 hours. And then the last category there for having the facilities for patients who can't be discharged to their own residence. None of those criteria are met at this time. And so what that means is if you look at those criteria as developed by the CDC and issued by the White House, and then as summarized here by Pima County, Pima County is not in a position to move even into phase 1 of a reduction of the current restrictions requiring social distancing and the closure of non-essential businesses. That box you see there under phase 1 is just a reminder that phase 1 itself, even if the criteria were met, wouldn't mean that everything's just back to normal and open for business. That's just the first of several phases. Even under phase 1, schools would remain closed. Large venues would be restricted to having meeting social distancing requirements. Bars would remain closed, and other types of venues would still be under considerable restrictions. And employers would still be encouraged to be using telework as opposed to having their employees, not particularly non-essential employees, come in to work. So I think that's really critical information to have, particularly when you think about the fact that those first criteria depend on seeing a decrease in cases or deaths over a 14-day period. To me, that means we're at least 14 days away, right, since we're still on the up curve instead of the down curve, from even those first disease criteria from being met for a lifting of those restrictions. So today is April 21st. The governor's order is scheduled to expire on April 30th. And the mayor's order, which she did extend on the 17th, is also scheduled to expire on April 30th. We don't have another council meeting between now and April 30th. Our next council meeting's not until May. So it's just a reminder that it seems highly likely, if not certain, that the mayor is going to need to extend her emergency orders. I think it would be appropriate for the council to express your support, as you did on March 24th, the confirmation that we are still in a state of local emergency, such that the mayor is acting under her authorized emergency powers. Obviously, we have yet to see what the governor's going to do in terms of extending his orders and whether he's going to modify what those restrictions look like. But given the criteria and the analysis from Pima County, it doesn't look like we'll be in a position even to move into phase 1.
You need a motion now?
So I think an appropriate motion would be along the lines of that you move that the council
Move to
find that the COVID-19 emergency is a continuing local emergency, and that you support the mayor's continued use of her emergency powers to protect public health and safety.
So move.
Second?
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Just real quickly, I
Councilmember
appreciate the measured approach that you've been taking. I've sent out to the people who use the Ward 6 office and community rooms that we're not open enough until June 1st at the earliest. And I don't quite care what Ducey says or does up there. We have hearing from our constituents that they're even if Ducey says open things up, they're not coming, and they don't want to be around big crowds. And so I would support even extending it beyond a 14-day time period and sending a dose of reality to the state legislature that this ain't going to be done by the middle of May. It's just not going to be, it's not in any time frame.
Did you attach a time frame, Mike?
I said June 1st at the earliest. Oh, no, Mike, I'm sorry.
Mike, did you attach?
I did not to the motion, but Steve was referring to in my comments where I said that, we wouldn't even be in a position within 14 days to move into phase 1. But it certainly could be longer than that, unfortunately.
Right. I think it's appropriate that we do it to at least the next council meeting, and then we are able to figure out from there. That's May 5th.
I think that May 5th would be very, very short time frame.
Yeah.
We would have to expand it, I would say at least towards the end of May, and we can always lift it if we meet the thresholds that Pima County has put in front of us. I don't know. I don't know if we should attach a date.
Not to the motion. I mean, you've got the flexibility, and that's really what we're saying. I'm just throwing out there that, you know, we're not opening this place up until June 1st at the earliest. And even if I did and started inviting groups to come here, nobody'd want to come.
I agree.
Right. I think the flexibility needs to be there, and that way that our city attorney and our city clerk, our city manager, we could all make this decision like we've been doing it. So,
Mayor?
yes.
Mayor, one of the things that I've been mulling around with the staff is, you know, there's multiple conversations, right? So there's the businesses that were outlined on that spreadsheet, and we'll call it the community opening. One of the things that I'm faced with is opening city government and going away from the virtual services. At this point, I don't see doing that into May. Just because I think that we are to a point now where those that can work remotely are, and I see no reason for that to stop. Obviously, there's some service implications that we'll address, but you know, I'm going to be looking hard at probably the middle to the latter part of May at the earliest, and possibly beyond that. Now that we have more data, more information. And that's from a city, we'll call it a city government office perspective. So I just wanted to give you that feedback as well for the council to consider as you're going through your deliberations. Because I know that yours is much broader, yours is community-wide, and I'm really looking at it kind of the internal piece as well. Thank you, Mayor.
Mr. Ortega, I think that it would be appropriate for us to be able to give you time so that you can put a phased-in approach, a plan for city employees to come back slowly to work. But part of that plan for you, to be fair, is that testing that we need to pursue.
Yes, very much so. Thank you.
I'm telling you, I'm working diligently with Vice Mayor Cunningham and yourself and Dr. Robin, U of A, reached out to Pima County so that we can really find a solution for this testing component. Besides testing, you here in the city of Tucson, even just to open the city, to be fair, we're going to need face masks and gloves and additional antibacterial disinfectant solution. And then it would be ideal if we could do temperature checks if we do start accepting people coming into work. People that are coming into work as well as those that are visiting should be temperature checked. So this is going to take time and planning, and I don't envision it being ready by the 15th or the 20th or even maybe the end of. So I do have council member Lee on queue, and I believe Council Member Santa Cruz. I'm not too sure. Council Member?
Hi there. This isn't relative to the motion that's on the table, just a general comment. I know when things were starting and we had to shut things down really quickly, that action had to happen very quickly. I would love to see more communication as we have conversations to turn things back on, more engagement and conversations with the council members. I know a lot of my colleagues are doing a lot of really unique things in different areas of the community I would love to know more about. So I would really like to see more communication as we start to plan out what the next phases look like on the other end of this.
Mm-hmm. Fair, very fair. Thank you. I think Steve wants to add another comment on this.
No.
And then the Vice Mayor Cunningham after Steve.
Just a couple of things. First of all, with respect to the testing, all of the testing that was referred to in the frame that the mics had up there was for symptomatic, and no mention at all of asymptomatic testing, and that matters. We have a situation in shelter that a guy was asymptomatic for several days, finally tested positive, and the symptoms emerged. But during those several days, he was infecting everybody around him, or potentially.
Yeah.
So a test is just a point in time data, piece of data. But negative today doesn't mean you're going to be negative tomorrow, and asymptomatic today doesn't mean you're still going to be tomorrow. So I would challenge the county's checklist there, because they didn't even mention asymptomatic testing in what they're saying.
Right, and there's, I don't know if they're actually taking serious the antibody testing that Dr. Robbins has put out there for the state and for the community. And what I heard yesterday from Dr. Robbins is that test can test people. It's a blood test, and it's a vial, and that test can test people if they have COVID-19 or if they had it. And so I want to dig my hands into that particular test and what we could do as a city, and to partner with Pima County and the University of Arizona to see if that particular test, that antibody test that actually tests if people have COVID-19 as well, if we can make it widespread available for residents, whether they have the symptoms or not. And so I believe Vice Mayor Cunningham is on cue, and then Council Member Durham after that. Vice Mayor?
I think what we know right now is that this big piece is going to be about testing. And then they're kind of run, and if the U of A, and we kind of, everybody said, U of A, if you can deliver a test like that, we've got to make it work. And I think that's kind of what we're going to be kind of trying to work out. We've got community partners we've got to collaborate with, make that happen. We can't meet any of the criteria outlined by the county without testing. We can't even meet, everything goes back to whether or not we can test. And again, we've got to be very specific to some degree about the kind of testing we need. We need both of, we need both. We need to know both if the patient or if the person is still has the virus or just has the antibodies. And we need to know the concentration of those antibodies. And we need to know, and also we need to be able to tell the person the results of their test within 24 hours. Right now, if you go get a test, you're waiting 3, 4, 5 days before you know the results of that test. So there's a lot more pieces to this. It's pretty layered, and hopefully we'll have a group that can kind of navigate those obstacles and those hurdles to give us a testing program that's robust and leverages community resources for the community. So it is a robust testing program for our community specifically. And if we have that, then we can start talking about meeting these other criteria. In the meantime, the mayor said something very interesting, and she's right on the money about temperature testing, about wash-in, wash-out stations at every place. Again, I think if we start telling people they're going to need to do that eventually, now they can start trying to wrangle that, because that supply chain is pretty limited, and we need to tell people now.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, and thank you for your work in really partnering and working with me to dig into the partnership with Pima County and Dr. Robbins at the University of Arizona. I really appreciate that. Councilmember Durham, and then we're going to go to roll call for the motion on the floor.
Mayor, I think Councilmember Fiembres had a question as well. Did I not see that?
Okay. Councilmember Durham, and then Councilmember Fiembres, and then roll call.
So, question for Mr. Rankin. I understand that there are severe restrictions and that a nexus with COVID-19 is required for spending the CARES Act monies. I thought that the decline in sales tax revenue would be a reason for that, a connected reason.
So, Councilmember Durham, certainly the decline in sales tax revenues is one of the key impacts, right, of the COVID-19 outbreak. That's an impact of COVID-19, but it's not a cost. It's a reduced revenue. And so the criteria that the manager was talking about and that the mayor was really talking about was trying to get the changes at the federal level such that these monies, whether it be in the next phase or just as these questions continue to arise in connection with the CARES Act money, that it can be used as revenue replacement, not just for costs that are attributable to COVID-19 and COVID-19 response. And the other limiting factor of significant note is that these monies can't be expended for things that were already budgeted for as part of the city budget as of the date of the approval of the CARES Act in March 27. So even though revenues clearly are going to go down, under that language, we can't just take the new money and use it to pay for things that were already in our budget. And so that's why the mayor was emphasizing the need and the push to re-characterize these funds as being eligible for revenue replacement.
Okay, there's a lot of need in the community, and I want to be sure we're using those funds as strategically as possible. What will be the process for, this might be a question for Mr. Ortega, what will be the process for determining how those CARES Act dollars that are going to HCD?
So it's going to vary, Madam Mayor and Councilmember Durham, it's going to vary depending on the source. There's at least 3 sources that have already gone to HCD. You got CDBG, you got ESG, and HOPWA. They are all slightly different in terms of the process of how those will be available. On top of that are we'll call it the rest of the CARES, which is, and there's multiple pieces to that. There's the FEMA reimbursement, there's the RTA money, and there's, of course, the big 95 million. All of them have restrictions. Part of the conversation that I'm really trying to emphasize today is the restrictions that we'll know more about on Friday will help guide what that process will look like for that 95 million. And so once we have that, then I can let you know with more specificity, here's the system and here's the way that we're going to maximize the value to the community and on a big scale.
Okay, I'm done.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Fimbres.
Yes, ma'am. I was going to ask to call for the question, and then I have another question pertaining to Mr. Rankin. But there's another question about what is the county receiving for testing in this funding? Do we know? Do we have a roundabout figure? Do we know anything that their numbers are going to do for us in the city?
I don't know that we know that. I know that was to Mike Rankin, but I know we've not heard anything as far as what they're going to receive for COVID-related costs as well as testing. I don't know.
And I think I saw in the same memo that I referenced that was issued yesterday, and that was distributed to all of you by the manager this morning. I think in that the county administrator said they didn't know the number yet and they hadn't received their funding yet. But maybe that's changed in the last 24 hours. I just don't know.
Okay, with that, I would move, Madam Chair, we call for the question on the motion that's on the table. And then we can go to one more question I have as a procedural question for Mr. Rankin.
Okay, so roll call.
Nick Santa Cruz.
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham.
Aye.
Mr. Durham.
Aye.
Mrs. Lee.
Aye.
Mr. Fimbres,
Aye.
Mr. Kozaczek,
Aye.
Mayor Romero.
Aye. Motion passes 7-0. Thank you so much, colleagues. I think Councilmember Fimbres has one additional question, procedural question. Councilmember Fimbres. Oh, I think you're muted, Councilmember.
Still muted, sir.
You're still muted.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yep.
No.
Oh, you're muted. You're muted again. Just click it once.
There you go.
Now try.
Michael, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Okay, there have been work and actions taken by our mayor through her emergency proclamation and the council in dealing with the COVID-19 health crisis. Governor Ducey, through a series of executive orders, has taken action on the COVID-19 health crisis as well as steps in helping the state's economy during this situation. Right now, we're discussing and voting upon impact fees for residential and business developments for Tucson and considering an emergency relief fee schedule for these fees. With the state of the economy it is in, and the thought may be to get these fees in effect immediately to try to help our economy. Arizona statutes state that these could go into effect in 75 days, which would be September 1st. Our PDSD director said the governor could help with this by signing an emergency order to help them go into effect immediately. And my colleagues in the council support the emergency relief fee schedule. We should also add a promotion to have the mayor speak with Governor Ducey about a potential emergency order to have these fees go into effect immediately.
Is that?
Totally. Is that a yeah, you were going to say it. Is that
I move that we have our mayor talk to Governor Ducey about having these emergency order go into effect immediately.
Yeah, that's totally appropriate. I second that.
And I would just add to that if in fact the mayor and council move to approve that new fee schedule, it certainly is related to COVID-19 in terms of providing this emergency level of fees. And so if in fact that's approved, then this motion could be implemented by asking the governor to include in his future executive orders a suspension of that 75-day requirement so that the reduced fee schedule could go into effect sooner.
Yeah, I think that's the gist of what Richard is saying.
Yes, that's what I want to happen.
Mm-hmm. And this could potentially be I think you were alluding to Mike, our city attorney, Rankin. You were alluding to this potentially be a COVID-related expense.
Well, and a COVID-related action such that the governor could include it within a future executive order to override that statutory provision that limits us changing the fee schedule for 75 days.
Okay. All
right. I think I would agree with where I think Rahina was going, though, is that at the end of the calendar year, we could look back and see how many people have exercised these new rates and subtract the delta between what we were going to approve and the new ones and use that as a COVID-related expense.
I mean, that's something that we should look at.
We should look at.
We should look at depending on the direction given by the federal government on how to use that.
We will do that, Mayor.
Thank you. Alrighty, so was that an appropriate motion, Mr. City Attorney?
Yes, that's fine. I just wanted to make it clear that it will only be implemented if, in fact, tonight you approve the other item.
Okay. Alrighty, roll call. Any other questions or comments on this particular motion? No? Alrighty, let's do roll call.
Nick Santa Cruz,
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham,
Aye.
Mr. Durham,
Aye.
Mrs. Lee,
Aye.
Mr. Fimbres,
Aye, aye, aye.
Mr. Kozaczek,
Yes.
Mayor Romero.
Aye. Motion passes 7-0. Thank you so much, all of you. I just wanted to finalize this particular item with a couple of comments. That first and foremost, I have been spending my days and nights sometimes, and sometimes weekends, on conversations with our congressional delegation, with the governor's office, with other mayors in the county and with Pima County, dealing with this particular crisis, and particularly with the congressional delegation, really painting the picture of our needs as a city. What I'd like to recognize today, besides the amazing work of our city manager, our city attorney, is that this weekend on a Saturday morning, I called upon both Chief Magnus from TPD and Chief Ryan from TFD to ask for their help to make a statement to both Senator Sinema and McSally about what the potential consequences of not adding revenue replacement funds in any future bill. And they got to work immediately and not only called our senators, but also moved their colleagues throughout Arizona to make calls to the senators to take a position to say how important revenue replacement is for the benefit of first responders and the services that cities provide. So I just wanted to especially recognize Chief Ryan and Chief Magnus for their immediate work and attention to our requests. Then I also want to say that as we start thinking, and by Friday we will know and have further direction from the federal government on how we can use the $95 million. But as we start thinking as a working group, that we are, Mayor and Council is, that I'd like to make sure that I make it clear that I will advocate for funding, if it's necessary, to use for widespread testing in our community from those funds. It's important. It's one of the first steps we can take to reopen our economy. And I do want to explore further with Vice Mayor Cunningham and with my colleagues on the council how to get that done. And two, that we did create a resiliency fund with a community foundation for Southern Arizona that has 3 legs to the stool. One that can help small businesses, the second one that can help nonprofit organizations that, believe me, they are going to be suffering tremendously. And they're the ones that serve our most vulnerable residents in the community. And 3, of the stool is help for workers that have been affected by COVID-19, losing a job, and their families. And so I will be exploring the possibility of using some of these $95 million to infuse the resiliency fund, besides the idea brought up by Councilmember Kozaczek about the outside agencies, but to infuse the resiliency fund for the benefit of the community, nonprofits, workers and their families, and small businesses. So with that, I'd like to move on to item 7, which is state and national legislation updates. Are there any state and national legislation or regional committee issues for discussion?
Yeah, there is. Honorable Mayor, members of the council, I have a number of items to go over with you, and actually picking up on the last item, let me share the updated chart on CARES Act funding for the city with you. As you can see, there's been some updates to the chart. I won't go over many of them, but just the highlights in yellow. As you know, we did receive the $95 million, and we are waiting to see the additional guidance. Hopefully we'll get that this week, but we're also going to try in future legislation to get clarity that we could use those funds more flexibly. Additionally, and there's other changes.
Are we supposed to be seeing a chart? Are
Yes.
we supposed to be seeing a chart?
Yes. It's
Oh,
not
see.
coming
Oh,
up.
no,
I don't see it.
no. Oh, can you share the screen, Andrew?
How's that?
There you
There we
go.
go.
That's perfect.
I apologize.
Okay, here it is.
So this was distributed to mayor and council today. This is the updated funding chart, as well as some process on how we're doing in terms of applying for certain funds. There's a number of changes here, but again, just the highlights in yellow. Obviously, we've talked about the $95 million. IGR will continue to pursue more flexibility, either through additional guidance from Treasury or from future legislation so that we can use those dollars, especially for revenue replacement. Moving ahead on the transit grants, I know we've discussed this as well. Your item 7G on the consent agenda tonight will give the authority to go ahead and pursue the refunding of those dollars.
Hello?
Yeah. Yes?
Oh, no, you broke up. Is that me? Are you guys seeing this? Are you hearing me?
Keep going.
I think we lost him.
Hello?
Go.
Can you hear me?
I can hear
I can hear
you.
you fine.
Okay. So the transit funding is here, and again, the items tonight get
Because
the
I'm using the network.
reimbursement from
I don't
January
hear anything.
March.
Mayor, we can hear you.
Really? Should I?
Yeah,
should
we
I-
can hear you, Mayor.
Can I continue, or?
Yeah.
Can she hear it?
Okay. The next item that we've started to pursue is a reimbursement under the FEMA Disaster Relief Fund. We were approved for access to the grant and we submitted our official request on that same date. And again, there's some other updates, but you can see the total amount now that we've been able to get through the CARES Act so far. Again, we continue to fight for more flexibility with the funds we've gotten, as well as to try to secure other funds. With that, I also want to show Mayor and Council what was passed today. The United States Senate passed the interim relief bill. This includes $484 billion, mostly for small businesses, hospitals, and for testing. I know we've talked quite a bit about that today. About $321 billion of the bill will be added to the Paycheck Protection Program, with about $60 billion set aside for small and medium-sized financial institutions. The deal also includes another $60 billion for emergency economic injury disaster loans for businesses. And then there's about $100 billion split up, $75 billion for hospitals, and $25 billion for additional coronavirus testing. Of this money, $11 billion will go to the states, and I'm sure at that point there'll be some distribution to the counties. So there will be some additional money coming to the counties and certainly to the state for testing. After the bill was released today, the president did say he would support the bill. He also announced his intent to pursue future legislation that includes fiscal relief to state and local governments for lost revenues, as well as infrastructure and some other things. So we will see what the future brings there. In terms of other updates, I'm sorry?
That's okay, Andrew. Thank you so much. Go ahead.
Council member Fimbres asked for some information about the United States Postal Service. There was no funding in the bill that was approved by the Senate today for the Postal Service, so we continue to pursue both the support for the Postal Service as well as the changes that we seek as part of postal reform. The mayor's letter does include those items, and I know Council member Fimbres asked about that. And then Councilmember Fimbres asked about the Defense Production Act. The president has kind of gone back and forth on the use of that act to try to procure materials and take control of supply chains that are needed in order to get testing and other required PPE and other materials to the front lines. Congress continues to urge the president to use that act to try to expedite that action. And then one last news item. This was announced just a couple of hours ago. The leadership in the state legislature has announced that they are planning to go back into session next week with the goal of adjourning sine die on May 1st. So that coincides, of course, with the governor's order and the mayor's with the social distancing going until April 30th. So on May 1st, what we're hearing is that they will adjourn sine die. That means that all the bills outstanding at the legislature will die. But the idea is that sometime when it's safer and sometime in the summer, when there is a better idea of state revenues and impacts to those revenues, that the governor will call a special session of the legislature to deal with the budget and do whatever changes they need to make in order to right-size the budget and make good decisions going into fiscal year 21. Mayor, that's the extent of my presentation. Happy to answer any questions.
Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor.
She's muted.
All right. Okay. I would like to ask the mayor, Madam Mayor, can you shed some little light on your action signing onto the state lawsuit and federal lawsuit that deal with gathering signatures for initiatives online?
Yes, Councilmember Fimbres, I will. I was reached out to by two separate attorneys that are putting a federal case in front, moving forward with a federal case and another one with a state case on the different initiatives that are trying to move to online, just as statewide and state house and Senate candidates have the ability to gather signatures online. Different initiatives in the state want to be able to gather signatures online because of COVID-19 and social distancing. They cannot do it in person. And the Republican Party has obstructed that possibility. And so they're headed to court. Both sides are headed to court, and my colleagues in the mayor of Flagstaff and the mayor of Phoenix reached out to me so that I can be added to an amicus for both cases. And I went ahead, checked with our city attorney, Mike Rankin, and got the okay to be added as mayor, as an individual as in an amicus for those cases. I don't know if you wanted to add anything in addition, Mr. Rankin. I don't know if maybe he's muted. But yeah, no, that's.
I was muted. Yeah.
Okay.
You summarized it well. You joined as an amicus in your individual capacity as mayor. But if any of the other elected officials are interested, I'm happy to share with you the brief that was filed.
Yes, thank you, and thank you for your actions on that.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Fimbres. Anything else for Andrew?
No, Andrew, I think we need to continue to push on the Postal Distribution Center to make sure it's funded, because they're hurting also, like everybody is.
Yeah.
You know,
absolutely.
and it's
Councilmember Durham had a question.
Yeah, I'm familiar with the current package being discussed to add monies to the PPP loan and provide funding to hospitals. There's $121 million for the PPP loan. Billion? do we currently have any sense of what other future funding packages might include?
So, Honorable Mayor, members of the council, Councilmember Durham, we were fighting hard for additional money for state and local governments. And there was strong support, certainly among Democratic leadership in the House and in the Senate for those funds. Keep in mind, other cities and states are in the same position we're in with the limitation on how we could use those CARES Act funds. There are 34 cities nationwide that got the funding along with Tucson, but also the states are limited to using the funding the way it reads in the CARES Act. So we're looking for that flexibility, but also in Arizona, for example, there's 91 cities, only 3 got any dollars, Tucson, Phoenix, and Mesa. 88 cities that don't reach that 500,000 population threshold got 0. So there are police and fire and other municipal services that whose budgets are strained in their cities and towns across Arizona and across the nation. Also, there are states that need the flexibility and additional money for teachers and other state workers. And so there are many governors as well as mayors who want to see and need to see those dollars, especially soon as everyone is doing their budgeting for the next fiscal year. So that's a big priority, as well as, yes, other monies for testing, for supply chain, PPE as well. And again, you could also see the president is interested in even looking at recovery items such as infrastructure that I know we've talked about as well. So again, IGR will continue to fight for these and other items as we go forward.
So in addition for loss of revenue, right?
Yes, when we talk about revenue replacement, and you can see the mayor's press release today references revenue replacement, that's the term of art that we're using here to talk about how we can use these funds to make up for taxes that because of the downturn, we're not collecting. And that is the flexibility we're looking for so that we can use it to make up or to apply towards these deficits that we've been discussing.
Got it.
Thank you, Councilmember. One very quick question from Councilmember Kasachik, and then we've got to move on.
To comment on Andrew's point about the 88 cities, didn't the state, though, also, the 500,000 population was 45% of everything that was sent to the state? They've got more money they can dole out, isn't that right?
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, Councilmember Kasachik, yes. So the way the fund worked is that $150 billion was split up. The state of Arizona got about $2.8 billion. And then 45% of that is what is dedicated under the federal law to local governments. 5 local governments met the threshold: Tucson, Phoenix, Mesa, Pima County, Maricopa County. So yes, we're dividing up that 45%. The state gets the rest, that other 55%. But again, the state is limited to using it for COVID expenses only, just like we are.
Yes.
Yeah, but they can send it to Sholo and Yuma and who are, the smaller cities.
For COVID-related expenses, yes.
Right, right.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much, Andrew. Really appreciate all the work that you're doing with Tracy over in our lobbyists in DC, and appreciate the work.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Item 8. Item 8, does anyone have items to remove from the consent agenda?
Mayor, it's Councilwoman Lee. I would like to remove item I from the consent agenda, please.
Councilmember Santos?
Yes, I would also like to remove item D from the agenda.
Aye. Alrighty, thank you, council members. Anything else? Alrighty, then we will consider item D and item I separately on the consent agenda. Item 9, does anyone have items for future agendas?
I just have a comment that if we can, and this is maybe a Mike Rankin thing, as we have these COVID updates at each meeting, that the use of the CARES Act money should be intertwined with those. And I don't know if you need to change the wording on the agenda item or whatever, but so that we can collaboratively have those conversations. And I don't think this is an agenda item, but could you send us out a memo, Mike Rankin, on the progress, where we are in the even numbered year election litigation, or, well, it's not litigation yet, but we need to know where we are in that pretty quickly.
And the update, you mean you want an update? Okay.
Yeah.
Yep, great idea.
Yes, I'll send something out tomorrow.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Mike, really appreciate it. So the study session will be adjourned. The regular session, let me see what time it is. I want to give you at least a 10-minute leg stretch break, and we will.
So what I say is let's not log off. Let's put everybody go on pause, or just turn your video off. Let's not log off.
Hold on, Vice Mayor. The clerk is actually given direction that we need to log off because he has an invitation for the regular study session for all of us. So we need to jump off of this.
Oh, that's big.
Go to your calendar.
At least we'll start at like 45 minutes.
This is the new way of doing things.
Cunningham's right. We're going to regret this.
Yeah. I think we'll be fine.
Okay.
Be fine.
The clerk says it'll be wonderful. So
Yeah, sure.
we are going to come back at 6, and that'll give us till 6:05 so that I can run and.
It'll be 7:15. Goodbye.
Okay. All righty, everyone. We will see you in 15 minutes. Thank you, Vice Mayor. Thank you, everyone.
Here. 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 Lee.
Here.
Members. Here. Johnson. Here. Mayor Romero.
Here. Item 2D.
Appointments to boards, committees, and commissions.
City Manager's communication number 107, dated April 21st, is received into and made part of the record. Are there any personal appointments to be made at this time? Hearing none, let's move to item 3.
Mayor and council report, summary, clear business.
City Manager's communication number 108, dated April 21st, is received into and made part of the record. This time has been scheduled to allow members of the Mayor and Council to report on current events. These are the current events or activities within the community, not position statements on policy issues. Does any council member have anything to report on this item?
I do.
Let's see if I'll go down the road. Starting with Ward 1, is there any current events to report, Councilmember Santa Cruz?
Not at this time.
Vice Mayor Cunningham?
Your Honor, I just wanted to urge everybody to practice their social distancing and stay safe.
Councilmember Durham?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Councilmember.
I'm pleased to share that my office is regularly checking with senior care providers in Tucson. They continue to need help addressing isolation, food insecurity, and lack of child care and PPE for their essential workers. If you or any member of the public would like to support our work to meet these needs, please contact my office. Additionally, my office is in the process of scheduling a virtual Q&A with the Arizona Department of Health Services for residential senior care providers in Metro Tucson. If you have a local care provider in your ward who you would like to participate, or if you have staff watching the meeting who would like to participate, you can contact my office at Ward 3 at TucsonAZ.gov.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Lee.
I have some news. Hopefully we'll be able to talk about in more detail about some projects we're working on in Ward 4 at our next meeting. So we have some stuff in the works there around technology needs relative to a segment of the population that's being impacted from COVID. So more to come on that. I just wanted to wish Joyce happy birthday. I know I mentioned it in the meeting earlier, but I had a birthday recently myself, and I know how not fun it is to have a birthday during COVID. Also, happy birthday to Brent Dennis, our Parks Director, and also my colleague, Councilwoman Santa Cruz. Her birthday is coming up, so just wanted to wish you all a happy birthday in this not so happy time.
Aww.
Thank you.
Councilmember Fimbres.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I want to thank everyone during this COVID-19 health crisis who are following the health guidelines and are washing their hands, practicing social distancing, using masks and gloves, and leaving their home only for essential trips. I also want to thank our local owned restaurants who are trying to survive through this health crisis as well. Remember, support our locally owned restaurants by ordering food from them, either through a drive-through or by delivery or takeout. Let's do our part for our restaurants. 550 of our restaurants are open for pickup and delivery. While people are at home, it is a perfect opportunity to fill out their 2020 U.S. Census forms. Filling out the forms will help you, but will also help our community while we are socially distancing, which is a better way to be 6 feet apart or 6 feet under. For more information, you can go to the census, go online at 2020uscensus.gov. The National Wrestling Coaches Association has announced the 2020 Division I All-American teams, and former Sunnyside standout Roman Bravo Young, a sophomore at Penn State, is among them for the second straight year. Bravo Young, who wrestles at 133 pounds, went 19-2 this season and was one of our favorites to win at that class in the NCAA tournament. That competition was canceled, however, because of the outbreak of the COVID-19 pandemic. Congratulations to Roman on this honor. The Pima Community College cross-country team, track and field programs added Shaylin Lozano, a cross-country runner and distance athlete, to its rosters for the 2021 season. Lozano set a personal record in the 5,000 meters, 3.1 miles race at the Nike Desert Twilight XC Festival in September with a time of 16 minutes and 09.6 seconds. His previous personal record was 16:54.6, set in his junior year. In the short track and field season, Lozano set a personal record in the 1,600-meter race with a time of 4 hours, 37 minutes. In his junior season, he set a personal record in the 800 meters at 2 hours and 3 minutes. Oh. In his sophomore campaign, he set a personal record of 3,200 meters at 10:54.20. Congratulations to Shaylin. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're muted, but no.
Okay, good. I do have something. Tomorrow we celebrate the 50th anniversary of Earth Day, and to commemorate the 50th anniversary, my office is partnering with community partners to do a webinar from 12:30 in the afternoon to 2:30 p.m. We have the webinar in two sessions. In the first session, we will have Sonia Klinsky, the Associate Professor of the School of Sustainability at Arizona State University, and we will have Trevor Ledbetter, the Director of the Office of Sustainability at the University of Arizona. In session, and myself, I will be part of the session one in that webinar. Session two, we will have environmental sustainability and community organizations. We will have Chris Allen, local organizer for Arizona Youth Climate Coalition, Katie Gannon, executive director for Tucson Clean and Beautiful, Laura Dent, executive director for Chispa, Arizona, the League of Conservation Voters, Sandy Barr with the Grand Canyon chapter of the Sierra Club, and Tito Romero, the coordinator for Flowers and Bullets, as well as Vanessa Gallego, who's the chief operating officer for a small business here in town called Recyco. that recycles a lot of material and keeps our landfills less filled. So please go to my Instagram account at Tucson Romero, as well as my Facebook page as Mayor Regina Romero, and my Twitter account at Tucson Romero to get the link to sign up for the webinar. So hopefully you can join us, and all my colleagues are invited if you'd like to hop on, or invite your staffs to make it to the webinar. With that, colleagues, we move forward.
City Manager's Report, Summary of Current Events.
City Manager's Communication number 109, dated April 21st, is received into and made part of the record. This time has been scheduled to allow the City Manager to report on current events. Mr. Manager.
No report, Mayor. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Item 5.
Liquor license applications, report from City Manager.
City Manager's Communication number 110, dated April 21st, is received into and made part of the record. Mr. Clerk, please read the liquor license agenda.
On this evening's liquor license agenda, under item 5B, we have one request for new license, one request for location transfer. Staff has indicated that both the applicants are in compliance with city requirements. Appropriate motion would be to forward items 5B1 and 2 to the State Liquor Board with a recommendation.
May I have a motion, please?
Motion to forward the liquor license to the State Liquor Board with a motion, recommendation for approval.
Second.
So there's a motion and what I think was a second, Councilmember Kachi.
Yeah.
All righty, there's a motion and a second. Any discussion? All righty, all those in favor, should we do roll call? All righty, I think we're all signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Item 6.
Your Honor, item 6 has been canceled for this meeting due to the teleconferencing.
Call to the audience has been canceled for this meeting. Item 7.
Consent agenda items A through I.
Reports from the city manager on the consent agenda are received into and made part of the record. Mr. Clerk, you are requested to read the consent agenda.
Your Honor, this evening's consent agenda, item A is approval of minutes. Item B is a grant agreement with the Arizona Department of Administration for funding to the local First Arizona Foundation. Item C is employee benefits, adoption of fiscal year 2021 Tucson supplement retirement employer and employee contribution rates. This item has been continued at the request of staff. Item D is Tucson Code amending Chapter 10 relating to compensation, providing premium pay for eligible employees due to COVID-19. This item will be considered separately at the request of Councilmember Santa Cruz. Item E is employee benefits, adoption of fiscal year 2021 medical and dental rates. Item F is a memorandum of agreement with Tucson Police Department of Public Safety Communications Department for ACJIS system use and ownership. This item has been continued at the request of staff. Item G is a grant applications to the Federal Transit Administration for urbanized area formula funds per the Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security Act. Item H is a resolution requesting the Arizona Corporation Commission adopt a clean energy standard of 100% by 2050. Item I is Tucson Code amending Chapter 11 relating to harassment and trespassing. This item will be considered separately at the request of Councilmember Lee. An appropriate motion would be to approve items A through I with the exceptions C, D, F, and I.
May I have
So
a
moved. So moved.
There is a motion. Can I have a second?
Second.
There's a motion and a second. We will do roll call for approval of consent agenda. Mr. City Clerk.
Ms. Santa Cruz.
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham.
Aye.
Mr. Durham.
Aye.
Mrs. Lee.
Aye.
Mr. Fimbres.
Aye.
Mr. Kozaczek.
Aye.
Mayor Romero.
Aye. Motion passes 7-0. We will consider now separately items D, which is Tucson Code amending Chapter 10 relating to compensation, providing premium pay for eligible employees due to COVID-19. Councilmember Santa Cruz.
Thank you, Mayor. I know that some of us were interested in putting this forward, that we include hazard pay for our essential city workers who've been helping us get through these challenging times. I, however, think that we need a little more time to iron this out, specifically with the new funds that have been allocated from the federal government, that we need, once we get more clarification of how we can use the money, so that then we can revisit this, because I'm definitely interested in making this retroactive to when the mayor, once we have the executive orders that came from the mayor's office on March 17th. I also want to have a little more clarity around the essential workers, if it's our workers that we still need to work but can't work from home, to have very specific language around that, and then consider maybe an allowance. But what I'm requesting is that we delay this item until May 5th so that we have more information.
Alrighty. I would like to ask the city manager and the city attorney to see if they'd like to add their feedback and opinion on this conversation. Mr. Ortega?
Thank you, Mayor and Councilor Santa Cruz. I would agree at this point. I would like a little more time until we have the guidance from the federal government on Friday. Staff has been working very closely, to try to figure out how to come up with something that would address a lot of the issues. I can tell you this is a complex issue, and certainly there's opportunities for us to continue the dialogue. One of the things that I'd mentioned before to you is if we can assure ourselves of reimbursement, then we're all over it. I don't have 100% confidence in that, given the fluidity of that conversation, but I'm hoping to have more for you when we get together in the future. Just wanted to mention that the recommendation as it is today would be effective the first pay period after April 1. So if that's a change that you would like to see, I'd need to know that so we can start thinking through that. But at this point, what I can do is be prepared to bring it back to you on May 5th. We should have additional dollars then, and we're ready to go.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. I believe Councilmember Santa Cruz said that she would like to see a retroactive pay for hazard pay from the date that we signed the emergency declaration here in the city of Tucson, which was March 17th. Just wanted to invite the city attorney, Mike Rankin, to see if he wanted to add any additional thoughts and feedback.
Mayor, members of the council, I think Councilmember Santa Cruz's motion is very well reasoned. We wanted to get the ordinance and the communication in front of the council so you could see the basic structure of what the thought was in terms of providing this premium pay. But I agree with the mayor that there's some adjustments that need to be made to the proposal that could benefit both the city as the employer and the employees themselves who would be in a position to receive this pay. Those are my thoughts.
Thank you, Mike. The reason I'd like to delay this item as well, and I agree with Councilman Cruz, is that I just want to make sure that we're thinking about workers in general in the city of Tucson. Those that have to show up and clean our parks, and clean our buses when at the end of the day, or as much as they have to clean it. Sometimes when we use the language determined to be essential, we don't want to exclude the workers that have to show up and cannot do do their work from home. So I just wanted to make that clarification. My office has reached out to the labor unions to make sure that we get their input in this process. And what has impressed me tremendously from our labor groups is that they want to make sure, and this is something that I heard from all of them, from the communication workers to ASME, to Tucson Police Officers Association, to Tucson Firefighters Association. They want to make sure that if we do take this step as mayor and council, that we are not affecting our budget in the future, because they would much rather stay where they are than move forward if with the concerns of this pay affecting our budget and seeing layoffs and furloughs in the long run. So I know that we cannot affirm or say that they won't be affected, but I just have been very impressed with the solidarity that all the labor unions across the board want to make sure that we protect every worker in the city of Tucson. So I just wanted to add that. I know Council Member Steve Zacek is on the queue, and if anyone else wants to speak on this item, please let us know.
Yeah, you just really said it all. So I agree. Let's wait till we know how that money can be spent, and let's be expansive once we get to that decision point, and make sure that we're really touching all the employees who are out there really on the front lines every single day in this community, to make sure they're covered by this.
Thank you, Councilmember. Anyone else interested in speaking on this item? Okay, so I believe Councilor Santa Cruz put a motion on the table to delay this item.
I'll second it, Your Honor.
Okay, the Vice Mayor seconded the motion. We do roll call? Roll call.
Big Santa Cruz.
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham.
Aye.
Mr. Durham.
Aye.
Mrs. Lee.
Aye.
Mr. Fimbres.
Aye.
Mr. Zacek.
Aye.
Mayor Romero.
Aye. Motion passes 7-0. We're moving on to item I, Tucson Code, amending Chapter 11 relating to harassment and trespassing citywide. Councilmember Lee.
Hi there. Okay, so thank you, Mayor Romero. So I wanted to request an opportunity to have a little bit more of a conversation around this item. So I would have loved for this to come across as a study session item, because I definitely think that the content in this item really deserves that type of a discussion, because it's such an important thing. So just to set the table, I'll just talk a little bit about my interaction with this item and then kind of share some of my thoughts. So Chief Magnus reached out to me on March 10th and kind of explained what was happening with this ridiculous practice of people listening to the radio, finding out when traffic stops were happening and following our officers and interfering with these traffic stops, and then posting videos online and making money off of interfering with our officers and their ability to do their job. So clearly there is identified a gap that needs to be fixed, and our officers need a tool in place to be able to deal with these situations as they come up. So we have a real issue that we need to deal with, so I'm glad that we have this opportunity. At the same time, in my 24-hour-a-day, 7-day-a-week world, I am the mother of a Black son in America. I'm the wife of a Black man in America. So I can see through a different lens than some, which is why I wanted to bring another perspective and an additional question that I don't have enough clarity on just as of yet. And I hope to get that clarity so that we can move this forward today. While I understand that Tucson has really led the way with being really great in the nation for best practices, and this is a national issue, this is something that impacts the Black community and other minority communities in a very unique and special way. So with this ordinance specifically, I guess kind of the scenario that concerns me is, while the ordinance says specifically that videoing is completely allowed, the concern that I have with this, and I understand the situational nature of a traffic stop, potentially an excessive perimeter that would prevent someone from being able to get close enough to video is the nuance of my issue that I'm having, my question that I'm having with this. So, again, we have to solve this specific problem and deal with the specific nuance that we're dealing with. And Tucson TPD has great training, body cameras, focusing on transparency, all the things that they've done over the years to build up a reputation. So my question is really, how are we going to integrate this ordinance into the training and really ensure that we don't have issues where someone wouldn't be able to get close enough to record, that they still have those rights. And if for some families, having that video footage is the only way that they're able to seek justice for family members. So I just wanted to ask those questions so that I can feel comfortable moving forward tonight.
Thank you, Councilmember Lee. It's very valid points and similar points than other of us on the mayor and council have had. I'd like to cede the floor to first our city attorney, Mike Rankin, and then also, I don't know if we have our chief of police on our Teams call, see if he'd like to add his concerns for this ordinance. And I agree, I think we should have had a separate regular study session item on this item. So, but in the interest of time, because this is happening very, very a lot in the city of Tucson, we wanted to make sure that we move fast. So Mike and then Chief Magnus.
Thank you, Mayor. And I do believe Chief Magnus is queued up to follow up here. And I think Councilmember Lee has framed the issue exceptionally well. The fact is that Arizona statutes don't expressly address this issue about interfering with police activity unless there's an actual use of force by the person. And so as a result, many cities, including many cities in Arizona, have adopted ordinances similar to the one that is presented to the mayor and council here tonight. Those cities include Phoenix and Chandler, Tempe, Flagstaff, Yuma, most of the big cities and many of the smaller cities as well. The dynamic that this is attempting to address is not the issue of people showing up and recording police activities that occur in public. The Tucson Police Department has long incorporated into their general orders that the fact that folks have a constitutional right to record police activities that occur in public and to engage in First Amendment activity in connection with police activities. And in fact, as Councilmember Lee pointed out, this ordinance would actually codify that and add to the code the fact that that is not conduct that would be prohibited under the code. But there is this new dynamic that Councilmember Lee just described and the chief can describe in even greater detail of these folks that go out there to videotape themselves confronting police officers so they can create some provocative video and post it on some obscure website and try and get thousands or tens of thousands of hits and make money off it. In fact, we had an example video that I know many of you have seen, but quite frankly, it's so profane and borderline obscene that we can't show it on this broadcast. And that's the type of conduct that we're trying to address here. It's conduct that actually materially interferes with the police activity, not just somebody videotaping or asking questions of a police officer trying to do his or her job. That conduct is protected. I'll let the chief jump in to describe a couple of the incidents in question and to address Councilmember Lee's very important question about how do we train to make sure that this doesn't open the door to just establishing like a crime scene area or investigation area so broadly as to prevent folks from capturing on video what's happening in police activities. And I think that's a very legitimate question that I'm sure the chief can address.
Madam Mayor, can I speak to this then?
You're up, chief.
Okay. Can you hear me all right?
No. You're echoing.
I'm not quite sure what to do about that. I don't know if this is any better.
Yeah.
Okay. So, Madam Mayor and Council, and thank you so much, Councilmember Lee, for framing this. I think you've hit a lot of very valid points and concerns, and they certainly resonate with me. So let me just speak briefly to this. We've been dealing with this pattern, basically, of certain individuals, some of them working together with each other. They listen to the police radio, and then they show up at calls. It's not even just traffic stops. They show up at police investigations. For example, I think I sent you an email about them showing up last night at a scene in Reed Park where a golf cart had been stolen, and they directly interfered, following the officers, shining flashlights in their faces, screaming at them, interfering as their dogs were trying to do a track, making it very difficult for them to do their job. But they also do this at calls like domestic violence. The video that I shared with you was one where 4 individuals who were wanted in a robbery were pulled over. An officer, she was by herself at first. She was trying to deal with 4 potentially dangerous and armed individuals. And she has this group approaching, coming right up to the car, getting in her face, screaming horrible misogynistic comments at her, trying to be provocative. So the idea is, they're trying to engage in as much of this kind of insightful behavior and to interfere and obstruct as much as they can. And then they make these videos for Facebook Live as well as YouTube and other similar websites that essentially pay them by the number of clicks that they get for people watching. So the one I described with the female officer, it's just even so offensive how it's even advertised. I can't even speak to it. It's so grossly offensive. But they've gotten 250,000 clicks on that, just to give you a sense of, and they get paid for it. So what these ordinances, as the city attorney said, basically do is they let us set reasonable, and they have to be reasonable. There's not one size that fits all. Reasonable temporary boundaries around the area where police are conducting their official duties, and to keep individuals from entering that area, although they can still take videos of people from the outside. And so to answer your question, council member, we're making it really clear through our training, and all officers are going to have to go through this training before they can enforce the ordinance, that the boundaries that are established have to be reasonable and appropriate based on the nature of the police activity and the conduct of the individuals at the scene. And so again, one size does not fit all. And I guess I just want to make it very clear that in most circumstances, frankly, we're used to having the public around us on traffic stops and calls for service. Most of the time, no boundary needs to be established. As long as we're used to people videoing us, we're used to them even saying really ugly, not nice things. Our cops get it. That's their First Amendment right. But the issue is when they start interfering in what they're doing and obstructing their work. And it's really only when the conduct is so egregious as to, I guess, demonstrably interfere with or obstruct with what the officers are doing, that then they can establish a boundary. And just a reminder, and I think you've mentioned this, but the officers do wear body cameras themselves. So all of this will be, they have to turn that on every traffic stop, on every call for service, every interaction with the public. So all of this will be publicly available for scrutiny, and it will get scrutiny. A supervisor in the department will look at it, and then ultimately these cases, and I hope there wouldn't be many of them, would go to the city prosecutor, and they would have to make a decision if there's justification for an individual to be charged. So I just want to assure you, we are training our officers. They already get extensive training in the constitutional law and in First Amendment protections. We do that, and we do refreshers on that on a regular basis. They understand again, that the boundary has to be specific to the situation. If you saw in the video, perhaps that some of you watched, that the officer had to set that a little further back because the individual she was dealing with could be armed. Ironically, she had to protect these guys that were obstructing her from being in a position of harm themselves. But we're often protecting victims, witnesses to crimes, other innocent members of the public who, when these folks are trailing our officers or getting right up into their face on a scene, it makes it dangerous for everyone. So I hope that answers your questions, but I mean, we are really cognizant of the need to be very judicious in how we use this, and also to, no kind of profiling. We understand people have the right to videotape us.
Can't hear you.
Councilmember Lee, did you want to continue with any additional questions for Chief Magnus?
No, I appreciate both Mr. Rankin and Chief Magnus explaining that, and you can proceed with the other questions that the other council members have. Thank you.
Councilmember Santa Cruz?
Hi. So similar to Council Member Nikki Lee, like trying to weigh out the unintended consequences by having an ordinance to deal with a few bad apples in our community. So I'm just still kind of processing that. I know that when Chief brought this forward to the office as well, before we even started the discussion, I had my reservations. I'm watching the video, and I know that we're not able to put it out for the public in this platform to show how bad those situations and encounters, something that I've never experienced before, and seeing that female presenting officer be degraded, and like put on just the abuse, the emotional abuse by this person, it was really concerning about, for me, like the safety of that person. And I understand that they have all this training, but just like the mental violence, the emotional violence that is happening, that is pretty terrifying. So I want to, especially as women, hearing that kind of talk in your place of work, I don't think is acceptable. But I am wondering how, when we put ordinances like this together, how do we hold public hearings on these issues so that residents might be able to also voice maybe their concerns or some of the issues that we might not be thinking about? I know that we have our own, police advisory review board, but I'm not sure if this was, were they a part of, helping advise us on is this the way this should look like? I'm not sure. So I just want to think about how we have these conversations with the public so that it isn't coming off as us trying to minimize accountability with officers for all the reasons that Councilmember Lee just pointed out. And then just wanting to have more of a clear understanding of the barriers and how will those distances be determined, and what happens if at some point an entire neighborhood gets blocked off. How do we not leave it so open-ended to officer discretion in those moments? Some of my questions.
Madam Mayor, can I speak to that briefly?
Absolutely, Chris.
So I think we have to put this in a context that may be a little frustrating to hear, but is a reality in policing. Police officers have a lot of discretion in how they do their job and how they exercise the law. And frankly, the biggest part of the work that we do as leaders in a department and through our general orders is to make sure that they exercise that discretion responsibly. I think there are a lot of laws on the books that you would probably not be happy to see us rigorously enforcing. And in fact, we don't, because we are in tune with community needs and wishes. And we have a lot of conversations with neighborhood groups and residents as part of our ongoing community policing outfit, a range of doing things. We've talked to many neighborhood groups and neighborhood members and community members about these incidents, which frankly are not just a few bad apples. This has been happening in some cases on a nightly basis around all of the areas of town, and it's caught on because people see this as a way to make money. So it's not just a couple of people, even though there are a few that tend to be more outrageous and obstructionary than others. We saw some of this happening at the city court as long as a year ago, to the point that the court passed rules that prohibited this kind of conduct in even being present in the court building because it was so bad and so offensive. So I guess the bottom line is we do a lot of training, we do a lot of oversight, we review body camera footage, we have regular debriefings. All of these cases have to go before a city prosecutor to see if they're justified, and if not, that's something that we would deal with the officers on. We do not cordon off entire neighborhoods. Even at a crime scene, it's a very limited area that's typically cordoned off, and there's reasons why that's done, so as to protect evidence and to allow us to gather what we need to make a criminal case to go forward. So the idea here is to set boundaries in a very, very, very narrow way, and the only time that would even happen is when the behavior is so egregious and obstructionary that it's necessary. Again, if someone just shows up to take video, we have that all the time. Our cops are used to that. They understand that's people's First Amendment rights. People can even express themselves verbally in saying some really heinous things, and that's still something that we accept as part of our job. But when it interferes materially in the investigation and has the potential to harm other people, that's when a boundary, and as narrow as possible based on the circumstances, needs to be set. That's, I guess, where we're coming from on this.
Thank you. I just have a question for our city attorney, Mike Rankin, about this. You said that there are other cities throughout Arizona that have similar ordinances on the books. One of the issues that I had requested is if it was any possibility of at least giving a heads up to the ACLU of Arizona. And I also wanted to hear your opinion in terms of how this particular ordinance in Tucson, the one that is being proposed today, fares or compares with those around the state.
So, Mayor, I did reach out to the staff attorney for the Arizona chapter of the ACLU to make sure that that organization was aware of the ordinance. And I sent a copy of the communication and ordinance to her yesterday. We had a conversation about it even before she had a chance to read it. She was familiar with the fact that there were a number of other Arizona jurisdictions that had similar ordinances on the books. And what I pointed out is that our ordinance is a little different than the other Arizona ordinances in that it specifically calls out the fact that video recording is protected activity and is not prohibited by this ordinance, which is not in those other examples, and that our ordinance was actually more narrow than the other ordinances I had looked at. in defining the prohibited conduct, I think much more narrowly and carefully, specifically entering into a restricted area that has been marked, or materially obstructing or hindering the investigation itself. So I pointed those things out to her. I have not heard back from her. In fairness, she had only had a day to look at it, but I did not hear back any objections.
All right, thank you. Thank you for doing that. Councilmember Kozachik is on the queue.
Thanks. When I first saw the video, I had two questions of Chris and by extension of Mike Rankin. One was, why isn't this already illegal? You know, the behavior on the video was so egregious that I can't even imagine that there's not something already illegal about that. And when Chris convinced me that Rankin had convinced him that it was protected speech at some level, then I said, then why is this only being proposed as a Class 2 misdemeanor? It should be Class 1. We ought to be making sure these people really understand that police have a right to set up a crime scene, and nothing in the ordinance says people can't film. In fact, it says explicitly the opposite, as several people have already pointed out. Today, Chris sent out yet another incident. What hasn't been stated yet is that these same, not the exact same people that we saw in the video that grossed everybody out, but other people are going into downtown and inciting fights downtown, and then posting those up on videos. And I've had many of the downtown businesses reach out and say it's not. They're making it so it's not a safe place to come anymore. None of our officers ought to be subjected to the abusive actions that we've seen on the video, and they have a right to conduct investigations without being harassed. I do understand both Nikki and Lane's concerns, and so I guess I'm wondering if it might ease some of those concerns somewhat if we put this in place as a 6-month pilot, so we can see if there are issues happening with it and come back and tweak it. But I think that we need to put something in place. Every day that we delay puts a stamp of approval on the actions that we saw in the video, and I think we ought to act on it tonight, even with that caveat. There hasn't been a motion yet, so maybe I'll just make a motion that we put it in place as a 6-month pilot and review it in 6 months.
What I'm wondering if 6 months is plenty of time, and I would ask that for either Mr. Rankin or our Chief Magnus.
So, Mayor, we certainly could come back in 6 months to report to the Mayor and Council any issues that have come up in connection with the ordinance. And certainly if something occurred even before that, by compelling us to come back within 6 months would not preclude us from coming back earlier if need be.
Right. So,
Mayor?
Yes.
Could I just mention that in the past year, we did some research and we found that there were 5 complaints for the entire department related to First Amendment activities, and all of them involved basically this same group of people who came down and complained about what, and when we looked at the video of what went on and what the officer's conduct was, all of them were entirely defensible. Those are open records for people to see. In some cases, they're even reviewed by by CPARB. But again, that's for the past year, and we've had, that's exactly the people who are complaining are the ones who are engaged in the most egregious behavior. But we're certainly open to tracking this for whatever period of time you deem appropriate.
Okay. Do you think 6 months is plenty of time to review how the ordinance is working, Chief?
I would have some concerns that if we're going to do training on this for our personnel, I would suggest a year, but I, of course, respectfully acknowledge whatever the council's will is on this.
Then go a year.
I was going to ask you, Councilmember Kozachik, that's what I was thinking too, because it takes time to institute the ordinance and train the officers and then review the effects of the ordinance and who is being affected.
Yeah, fair enough. We did something similar with our sign ordinance. We said we have to have 18 months to see how it's playing out. So this is good. That's fine. Let's go a year.
So a year is good. Vice Mayor Cunningham, I believe, has questions or comments.
Muted.
I think the Vice Mayor is muted.
The most compelling thing he said all day.
What I was actually going to talk about a year as this conversation materialized. What I'll say is that we review everything after a year anyway, so it makes sense to put that in there. If we have an egregious situation, we can always bring it back for ahead of time. But I think again, this ordinance is very well intentioned, and it is above and beyond all the other things. This is an officer safety issue. Too much distraction can compromise our people in the field, quite frankly. So I think we go ahead and do this right away. And if we're in a situation, I guess the only question I had about it is, Chief, what percentage of our people on patrol in the field have body cams?
All of them do.
So, I mean, again, we're going to have video regardless. And I really think we'll have a good idea of what's going on. So that's my thought. I mean, I'd like to call the question. I think we should vote on this with the 1 year review.
Yeah, no, I agree. I agree. I had the same concerns when I listened to the information on the ordinance. The First Amendment concerns are absolutely on my mind, but as soon as I saw that video explains everything, and how, I believe Councilmember Santa Cruz said, how abusive and misogynistic that behavior was horrific, and no one should have to, live through that or hear that at their job. So there is a motion and a second, and the motion has the 1 year review on it. So any additional discussion? Alrighty. Hearing none.
Could I say something? Could I say something real quick?
Yes.
Okay. How do we make sure that we include our own police advisory review board as part of this conversation as well?
Could I speak to that a moment?
Absolutely, Chief.
So we're happy to bring any of the complaints that come to us related to this to that board. And they also have the right to select any complaints that come through either the independent auditor or to our Office of Professional Standards for review. But we're happy to have them involved in looking at any of these.
Chief, have you presented this ordinance to the Police Advisory Review Board?
Unfortunately, because of the whole COVID-19, we were on the track to get this out to everybody, and we've talked to some individuals who are involved in review processes. Plus, I've talked to people from the National Oversight Civilian Law Enforcement, NACOL, group about this, and they were actually impressed that it was so protective of First Amendment rights, because most of these ordinances in other cities around the country are far more broad and expansive than ours. So they were supportive of what we were doing.
Okay. I would say that Councilmember Santa Cruz, you continue your conversation with Chief Magnus. I like the idea of presenting this somehow to CPARB. I know that in my last executive order that I signed, we did allow for some boards, committees, and commissions to start meeting virtually on Teams or Zoom, and so you might want to pursue that, Chief, to present this to CPARD in the near future. But I think, thank you. I think we need to move to today. So there's a motion and a second. If there aren't any additional comments or discussion, can we go to roll call?
Ms. Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham?
Lip reading, he said aye.
Mr. Durham?
Aye.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
Mr. Fimbres?
Aye.
Mr. Kozaczek?
Aye.
Mayor Romero?
Aye.
Your Honor, for the record, I did say aye.
Yeah, no, item passes 7-0. Item 8. Thank you, Chief.
Public hearing, development impact fees for streets, parks and recreation, police and fire facilities. Hearing.
City Manager's communication number 116 dated April 21st and received into and made part of the record. This is the time and place legally advertised for a public hearing on proposed update to the development impact fees for streets, parks and recreation, police and fire facilities. Staff would like to make a brief presentation before we begin with the public hearing. Mr. City Manager.
Mayor, I have Scott Clark and Alyssa Hamblin on the line as well. Very simplistically, I think the memo that I sent you was really clear. What we're recommending is the council hold the line on the fees as they are today, with the exception of a couple that are going down. I have heard from Vice Mayor and from Councilman Kozaczek. Actually, I've heard from most of you about maybe moving that up. I know that as a part of the study session, there was a request for the governor to help us with that. Otherwise, we are having to wait until September 1. So with that, I don't know that we really need to make any more comments. I think I'd rather open it up to questions from the council, if that's okay, Mayor.
Absolutely. I think we're all aware of what we have in front of us. So if there's any questions or discussion, let me know.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. This is a public hearing, and so we're scheduled to last for no more than an hour. There are 2 speakers, and speakers are limited to 5-minute presentations. We have 2 speakers. Can I get the names? We have Michael Guyman that's joining us for a public hearing at this moment. Michael, are you available?
Yes, I am.
Alrighty, you have 5 minutes, or hopefully less.
Yeah. Sorry, just get myself situated here. Madam Mayor, members of the City Council, my name is Michael Guyman. I am Vice President of the Tucson Metro Chamber. I would just like to start off by thanking you all for your leadership. Back in November, when the election was held, I don't think anyone anticipated a situation like this, that you as leaders of our community were going to be having to make some extremely difficult decisions during. So I just want to thank you all for your leadership during this time and your partnership with the business community. And I would just very simply stress that the Tucson Metro Chamber, in partnership and in tandem with our close partners at MPA and SABA and others, we've been working with staff on this issue for the last 2 years. We've been working very closely on this. Some very good discussions. We appreciate the considerations that staff has made during this great process. And we think that we have actually, despite everything that's going on, came to some really good resolutions as a part of this process. So again, I just want to stress, as I did at the last public hearing, that our partnership with staff has been great. And we appreciate everything that they have done in response to a lot of the issues, concerns, suggestions, and comments that we've had during this process. But I'm here tonight as a part of this great technology that we have, still being able to move forward to hold these public hearings in support of this in moving forward with this sort of emergency relief impact fee this evening. We appreciate not only that you're keeping them flat, but you're also taking into consideration some of the recommendations that the consultant had on some of these categories and reducing them in some areas. So we know that we will recover. We will continue to work with you, your great leadership, alongside the business community as we do recover. But we do appreciate this action being taken, and we at the Tucson Metro Chamber certainly support this direction and the figures that are in front of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Michael. Really appreciate you joining us. The next speaker that we have is Allison Solomon.
Good evening.
Hi, Allison. Thank you so much for joining.
Hi. Yes, this is Mayor, members of the council. Thank you for the opportunity to join this evening. My name is Allison Solomon, and I'm the Executive Director of Metropolitan FEMA Alliance. And I want to echo Mr. Guyman's sentiments. I'll go on ahead and keep it brief since he said most of what needs to be said, but I would like to express support for this, and I would like to thank the staff and the mayor and council for their leadership and their foresight in this. I know this discussion started back in March when the land use assumptions and the IIPs were discussed, and I think that we're absolutely headed in the right direction by taking into consideration what has happened and setting a 2-year time frame to effectively freeze and reduce the fees. Metropolitan FEMA Alliance looks forward to staying engaged in this process, and we hope to continue working with staff as we reassess the fees when it's the appropriate time. But the industry very much appreciates that there's consideration taken for the toll that this has had on everybody. Thank you again, and we are happy to engage in any way as you see fit in the future.
Thank you so much, Allison. Really appreciate your work in this, and you're working with our staff and my colleagues on the council. And I, was that the, or you're the last speaker?
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. May I have a motion?
So moved to close the public hearing.
Yes, I just heard something in the background. So, yes, may I have a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved. So moved, Madam Mayor.
Second. There's a motion and a second. Roll call. Or all those in favor in closing the public hearing signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Is there anyone else on the queue to speak? No. If not, let's do this. Item 9. Item 9. So that public has, great job, thanks to everyone. Item 9.
Public hearing approving the City of Tucson's consolidated plan, including the annual action plan and the analysis of impediments to fair housing.
I think we voted to
that will be continued to the March 5th, 2020 meeting. It'll be held at May 5th, 2020, Mayor and Council meeting at or after 5:30 p.m.
Thank you so much, Mr. City Clerk. Item 10.
Madam Mayor, I think we closed the public hearing, but we didn't make a motion on item 8.
Right.
Because it was just a public hearing. It was just a public hearing.
That was the motion.
That was the motion to close the public hearing.
We're not voting on the rates?
We're not gonna.
Mayor, I thought that there was an expectation to vote on the rates. Let me check on that real quick, but
Let me see.
that's what I recall.
Yeah, we need to so we can get that meter running.
Yep.
Exactly.
That was the intent. Let me just get that up quick.
do we have the material?
Yeah, we're getting out. Hold on a second.
So, Mayor and Council, if you look at page 2 of 3 of Mayor and Council communication, this meeting is scheduled for the public hearing on the fee report, with the fee report to be adopted is scheduled for the June 9th meeting, which is the minimum 30 days. But let me double check, and you can move on to another item, and we can come back to this in a minute if needed.
Okay, thank you, Mike. Yeah, because I thought that it reads as public hearing, and then after the public hearing, there's the 30-day window to report it, but you let us know, Mike. So item 9 has been continued at the request of staff. Item 10.
Economic initiatives approving funding allocation to Business Development Finance Corporation to provide loans for small businesses impacted by COVID-19. Resolution number 23167.
City Manager's communication number 120 dated April 21st is received into and made part of the record. Mr. Clerk, you are requested to read the resolution 23167 by number and title only.
Resolution number 23167 relating to resiliency fund and small business, authorizing and approving the immediate use of previously approved funding for small business loans through the Business Development Finance Corporation, establishing terms for the Tucson Resiliency Fund small business loans, authorizing funding for that program, authorizing city manager to execute amendments to the agreement with BDFC to carry out the purposes of this resolution and declaring an emergency.
What is the council's pleasure?
Madam Chair, I move, and the city manager's recommendation that the mayor and council approve the attached resolution authorizing the use of the existing $500,000 in the BDFC fund balance and authorizing the appropriations of an additional $500,000 to fund the small businesses loan program to be administered by the BDFC as part of the We Are One Somos Uno Resiliency Fund.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
There's a motion and a second. I know that there is discussion because Council Member Durham is on the queue.
With a maximum loan amount of $50,000, we could wind up giving only 20 loans. How do you plan to determine what the size of the loan should be? Currently, what do we expect the total number of loans made to be in the next 6 to 8 months?
Council Member, I don't know if Barbara Coffey is on the line, our city manager.
Yeah, Mayor, both Barbara are on as well as Gary Melinda. So I'll start with Barbara. And Barbara, if you want to turn it over to Gary, you're welcome to do that to answer Councilmember Durham's question.
Oh, fantastic. Thank you, Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Durham, members of council. Thanks for your interest in this program. To answer the question about the maximum amount, size of the loans, we did look at some trend data that the small businesses are coming with requests to Business Development Finance Corp as well as others, but we looked at trend data that shows that a majority, I would say about 70 to 80% of those asking for small business loans were asking in the neighborhood of 30 to 50,000. So it seemed to be that we were pretty close on target with that maximum loan amount, and also so that we can also make these loans available to those who are most in need. I can also give you a sense, and I think Gary will be able to also chime in here, is that this allocation of funding that you are considering tonight is but one of many that other organizations are also considering contributing to. And so we have already seen a contribution, an allocation by the Tucson Industrial Development Authority, and I think there are others. And so with that, Gary, maybe one or two comments about the trend and what you're seeing in terms of the loans that are being requested. Let's see. And I know that he's going to unmute himself here with I think he's on the phone and he has to do *6. Is that right, Roger?
That's right.
Let's see. Gary? All right, let's see if I can see if there's...
Maybe Barb answered Paul's questions.
Yeah, I think you were pretty sensitive in how you responded, Barb. Councilmember Durham, I know that the City of Tucson, as Barb said, City of Tucson IDA has committed $500,000 on top of the $1 million that the City of Tucson is doing for the Resiliency Fund. Also, we have to think about the availability of funds with EDA and with additional funds coming in from the federal government and the possibility of other partnerships in the community to fortify these funds. I think this is only the beginning, but I don't know if your question was answered, Councilmember Durham.
Do we have any capabilities of finding additional funds should the every loan be at $50,000 and we cannot make any more?
I think we should discuss the possibility of using federal CARES Act money from the $93 million that we have to fortify the resiliency fund on the three legs of the stool of that resiliency fund, including small businesses, because I hear you at $30,000 to $50,000 per small business. We want to make sure that this money goes farther and farther. So as we continue receiving from the federal government on the $95 million that we received, it is worth having the discussion of putting additional funds in there. I've also had conversations with other partners in the community, including partners that want to donate into the fund, into the small business portion. I've also heard from Fletcher McCusker, there's interest from the Rio Nuevo Board or others to invest in the resiliency fund, the small businesses. So I think this is only the beginning of the conversation. We also have a comment from Vice Mayor Cunningham and a question or comment from Councilmember Kozaczek.
So I have a few things on this item, and I'm very comfortable with us putting $1 million into this to kind of kick us off and give us a pilot. But I do have concerns on certain things, and I'm not trying to be hardcore here, but there's some stuff we need to accept. Number one is the SBA loan failure. The SBA loan to local businesses was somewhat of a failure. We had a lot of people get kind of frozen out of that. And what I don't want to have is someone getting a Somos loan who also got PPP. This should be reserved to the people who didn't get that. I think that's kind of something that we ought to look at. The other thing I want to talk about tonight is I know there's a couple business. There was a business that recently berated city staff and got very upset, and it got me thinking about if we have businesses that are 90 or 100 days. I mean, obviously the April 1st TPT payments a different situation, but if you're 2 or 3 TPT payments behind, I don't know if that's fair that you get put in the front of the line behind people who haven't been paid up. And finally, I think it's actually counterproductive to allow businesses that are in the Rio Nuevo district to actually get this specific pot of money, because I think we'll be able to allot some money for Rio Nuevo to do a similar loan program inside their district. So I think look, there are plenty of businesses outside of the district that will not have that opportunity. Okay, I'm sorry. They're going to have a better opportunity to go that way, and so I think that's something that has to be considered. I also I want to make sure this is spent in multiple wards. Every single ward has a local business that is having some issues, and I want to be sure that all the businesses are we can respond to as many businesses as possible. The bottom line is Paul Durham makes a really good point. We're only going to be able to get 100 or so loans out of this. That's if it's only 10,000. It's probably going to be about a little. It's going to be if we do it at 40,000 a pop. That's about 250 loans citywide. I think if my math is right. Or if it's 25,000 a pop, that's 400 loans citywide. So we're going to be right around 325 loans or so. And there's a lot more businesses that need loans than 325 businesses. So we've got to make this really fair and equitable throughout the city. That's all.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Kosacik?
Yeah, a couple of things really quickly. First of all, and Paul just touched on it. When we saw the federal allocations that were intended for companies of 500 employees or fewer, it wound up giving to companies that were 500 or fewer in a given location, and some pretty large corporations wound up chewing a lot of that money up, and so a lot of the smaller businesses were aced out of it. So it would be important that we make sure that whatever criteria we're looking at really are targeting our small local businesses and not the mega chains. Secondly, with respect to Rio Nuevo, they are not giving loans; they are giving grants, and they are. And I believe that Rahina, you're working on this with Fletcher right now for a rollout, but over $1 million are going to be awarded, and they range anywhere from $5,000 up to $50,000. So they're all over the map, and so I think we can plan on seeing the same thing here, but. I don't think we need to be talking about giving Rio money to fund downtown districts. They are already issuing grants to businesses, and there were probably 3-4 dozen of them, Rahina, something like that. There was a long list. Yeah.
Yeah. When I say that Rio Nuevo, in my discussions with Fletcher, is him putting funds into the Somos Uno. So, but those are discussions, and we're trying to do as much as we possibly can to work together to respond to the small locally owned businesses in our community. I agree with you, Vice Mayor, that we should really take a look at giving priority to the businesses that did not receive the Payment Protection Program funds, and those that are outside the Rio Nuevo district, because thank God the Rio Nuevo district and that work that's happening in the district is working well. So I agree on those terms. Anyone else that wants to add any comment or questions about this item? Okay, hearing none, there's a motion and a second. Roll call.
Nick Santa Cruz.
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham.
Mr. Cunningham?
He was muted. He was aye.
Who muted me? Aye. Who keeps
you muted you?
I did not mute me.
Mr. Durham.
Aye.
Mrs. Lee.
Aye.
Chambers.
Aye.
Kosacik.
I think Suzanne muted you, but aye.
Mayor Romero.
Aye. Resolution 23167 passes by a vote of 7-0. Congratulations, council colleagues. This is a good thing we did. Item 11.
Adjournment.
Council will stand adjourned.
I'm out. Rankin's got her.
Item 8. Yes, Mr. Rankin.
So I was able to confirm, and the communication for the impact fee item is correct. It was scheduled for the public hearing, which couldn't occur until minimum 30 days after we had published the report and had previously adopted the land use assumptions, which you'll recall was back in March. And then under the statutes, the first timeline that has to now burn is 30 days from the public hearing before you adopt the fee report, after which you have the 75 days. But given your comments and your direction tonight, the motion that was adopted at the study session today, I think is operative, and we can reach out to the governor's office to see if those waiting periods can be suspended in light of the current emergency. So we will follow through with that direction.
Thank you.
Mayor,
Thank you.
Mayor, in addition, we're going to get real creative. As we were sitting here thinking about it, I think there's opportunity for us to move on this. So I'll gather the staff and we'll figure out some ways. So there'll be parallel track. One is to get creative with some of the opportunities we have in front of us, as well as approaching the governor's office. So we'll work to make that happen.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ortega and Mr. Rankin. So with that, may I go on to item 10, 11? All right, adjournment. Council will stand adjourned. Thank you all so much for your hard work and with our putting up with our technical difficulties. I think we figured it out. The next regularly scheduled meeting will be Tuesday, May 5th at 5:30 p.m. in Mayor and Council Chambers, located at City Hall, 255 West Alameda. Thank you so much, Barry. Have a safe and healthy rest of your week, and I'll be talking to you soon.
Thank you. Good night, everybody.
Bye. Take care.
Take care.